Hi everyone, welcome back. My name is Moonmist and we're going to be continuing to play Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Welcome. So yeah, it's still my birthday, so I still have my birthday hat. So let's go ahead and continue on. Where were we? Oh yeah, this one, this thing. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a wonderful day or night. So yeah, welcome. I'm sorry, I got a cough. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Alright, so let's see, we're at the district court. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is confused as we are. True. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. Yeah. At different suspects was arrested at each of the crime scenes. True. Lana? Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. Or indisposed? Okay, if you say so. We just finished, actually. I'm used in all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea deal bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you. Much to my regret, I'm much as dark about this as they are. Miss Guy? We found traces of evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Bloodstains, fingerprints to be exact. Oh. That's my trump card I have to use up my sleeve today. Do you understand what this means? Don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we are dealt with, isn't that right, Miss Guy? True. Oh, hey, Zach, welcome. Thank you again. Thank you.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you.
Maple, the bear magical girl, is thrilled to have you join us. Let's embark on magical adventures together.
What you have to do, Mr. Wright.
Yeah. Your presence adds a touch of joy and friendship to our journey.
Alright, buddy, welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful day.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is... I'm afraid you had to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by the police...
Wait, let me see that again.
It takes 30 minutes by police car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goldman, was slain in both places at the same time. But that's physically impossible, isn't it? What's more, I hear the victim was from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and both bodies eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial.
True.
So you seem to stream early these recent streams. I am, because I am on vacation from my work, so I can't stream early. One of my deputies as prosecutor is present and partial evidence. But yeah, that's the main reason why I can stream a bit earlier. I'm on vacation from work. Thank you. I took it off because of my birthday week.
Today, I present evidence relating to the murder of the police department. I'm doing so, I believe the way which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what set Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Well, it is kind of admirable.
Very well, let's the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department?
what's today's plan? Well, hopefully we can finish this chapter. Then we can start on the next chapter soon. Hopefully, but I don't know what's going on. But that's making the plan. Just trying to see if we could finish this chapter.
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness to the day to the stand. Where the first witness the prosecution calls, the suspect of the murder occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Ooh, they already had the so-called murder? Interesting. Yeah, hopefully it's a good plan. Hopefully. No. Oh, yeah, him. I almost forgot about him.
Will the witness please state their name and occupation?
Yes, sir. I am Officer Mike Minkin, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir.
Oh, you're telling us that you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I will never kill anyone again. Sir, I believe you got to believe me, sir. It is very interesting. Sir, why do you call it the part of the young generation, sir? A person who auctions adults can't possibly comprehend.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Minkins.
Yes, sir.
Give us the report of the crime. Consider that in order.
Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir. Hopefully it's not my generation. You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. Okay. He's either doing it on false pretenses or something. Oh, you're Generation Z? Cool. I'm technically a millennial. Yep. Although, it's not my own armor duty, I was assigned to find the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man at the security ring and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir, and I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life, then I did it. After that, I passed out until officers smacked me awake. Interesting.
So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before you do unto yourself, or something. That's the Meekin family motto, sir.
I see. Then you fainted, and then a colleague helped you regain consciousness?
Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir.
Very well. The defense may begin cross-examination.
What I need here is some more info to work with. True. Alright, crime report. That thing. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard evidence. Wait, what do I have for evidence right now? Let's see. No, I don't think that parking stub's gonna work. Let's see, what else do I have? We do have the ID cards. I don't think that's gonna work yet, maybe. Thinking of the stabbing. Yeah, I don't think any of this will work at the current moment. We definitely need some information. Mr. Minkins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, now there's a scary thought. That is kind of scary.
Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which means many officers given special treatment not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it was not broken during the transferal process. It was my sole mission for the day, sir. So he was protecting the Badger. Interesting.
I see. Sounds like very, important mission.
After that award ceremony finished the other day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there?
I spotted a suspicious man in the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, round my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed here, right? Yeah, it should be. Hopefully. Which one is it? There it is, I found it. It's right, the right one right there.
Could you please read us the numbers?
Yes, sir. It's 489596. That's my number, sir. I see. Huh. But the number 4989596, it appeared twice. Ooh. Interesting. So he's the one that did twice. It's shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time I went to relocate the badger into the evidence room, and the second time is when we went to go after everything settled down.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That's when I spotted the man on the security screen. Okay, interesting. Let me see that real quick. Let me see. There has to be something. Let's see, so... Let's see, Meekin came at 40... Okay, I guess it lines up, yeah. I guess it does line up. What about... Oh yeah, the 777s. Who knows? That could be anyone. We'll see. Hopefully we find out who it is later. Let's see, I was the only one doing what I was trying to do, okay. Let's press on that. So you're attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? That was a knife, sir. A knife.
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? What happened then?
Well then, he charged in on me like that. He looked like as surprised as I was.
You're exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus swinging it to detain him. Oh, that's a sight to behold. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool and your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by the collar. I fought him for my life then. I did it. Ooh. What exactly do you mean when you said that you did it? I know it. I don't look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. The man didn't let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him. You took his knife? I spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
I see.
He must have been so desperate. Why would you close your eyes when attacking someone? That doesn't seem very helpful. But okay. Next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in the face, sir. Ooh, punched you in the face. Wait, he must be pretty strong if you stabbed him. He lost a lot of blood. I was still able to punch you in the face. He must have been very strong.
About what time do you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke the witness up, it was about 5:30.
He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying in tears of pain.
That's, nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, I had made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. Oh, you completed protecting the badger, or returning the badger. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Interesting. Oh, congratulations catching Combi. Well, we can rest easy now.
I believe we finally have an accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only thing that remains is unclear. Was this man, the officer murdered, really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Minkins?
With regard to that, sir. Take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Grant delivered it to me this morning, sir.
The chief?
Delivered it?
What is this? A videotape?
Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Oh. So we can actually see who it was.
What? I specifically asked if there was such tape, and I was told there has been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever.
True.
Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of the real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? True. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Okay, we got the blue badger doing his little dance. Okay, nothing so far. Wait, where is this camera located? It's too high-leveled. Do you think it'll be more high-top? Oh, hey, there's whoever. There's the murderer, or I don't know, the victim? I don't know. Oh, of course that thing's gonna be blocking his... Oh, something fell. Of course this thing's blocking his face. Oh, and there's Minkins. Well, it is 514, so that makes sense. So time's accurate at the very least. Oh, dang, cut him. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, come on, the camera missed. That's scary, like the Five Nights at Freddy camera. Oh, true. It kind of is like that, yeah. Oh, and there's Minkins on the ground. But wait. Where did the guy go? He just disappeared. Did you see him leave? I didn't see him leave. What? Where did he go? Wait, was he just on the floor, maybe?
Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with this unsettling feeling stirred within us? What the heck was that wiggly woggly piece of Hollywood?
Plywood, I mean. Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? True.
Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that Wennis did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some sort of activity happened. Your Honor, this, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is it alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. Interesting. Ooh, Mystery Man, new testimony. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do so. The locker just opened unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him, and no one else could have unlocked it. Interesting.
What's this about fingerprints? Each detective has given a locker equipped with a finger-activated locker. These lockers ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to be Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Alright, let's see. Do I have anything for contradiction? I don't think so. Okay, let's just press on everything for right now. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe it would have been classified as the latter. The ladder. But you were standing right in front of them, were you not?
More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir. But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Yeah, that's not a really good trait for him. Well, still, I'm sure it was him. I bet my badge on it. But there's a question. Oh, dang it. Hit the wrong button. Meant to press them on that one. Okay, let's see. But you don't know what that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people saying, oh. Wait, it's just repeating the same thing. That accent. Lincoln. Oh, wait, no, Lincoln. Oh, no, it is new stuff.
Haven't been shown a questionable evidence in the video at best. We have nothing best but moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife at you was Goodman. Tell us why you positively it was him.
Okay, so that was technically new stuff. But not too important stuff.
About the lockers, is there no way else to open them?
No, sir. I tried myself all kinds of methods in the past. Only response was registered fingerprints, sir. I wonder what kind of method he tried.
If a man has opened the locker's lock, which only responds to registered fingerprints, then he must be the person in the locker who is signed to.
Question. I know this is going to be a really gruesome thing, but by any chance, was Goodman missing any fingers? It's a possibility that they chopped one of his fingers off. I know it's a pretty gruesome thought, but it's a possibility. Kinda gruesome, but it's a possibility. Exactly my point, sir. This, and this too. Well, a little bit more not too dark would be just somehow copying his fingerprint. Maybe. The lockers have opened and questioned Detective Golden's locker. Okay. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him, no one else, okay. However, the more important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face. So, sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you're the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, was his hand that opened the lock? And what happened? And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife onto my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify even though, sir.
Yes, you have a point. The footage does not lie.
That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record rooms again. Okay. Let's see. Court records. We have to check the video again. Let's see. There has to be something. Okay, don't see anything so far. Okay, here we go. Nope. Let's see. Okay, there has to be something that contradicts. Okay, there's the glove. Okay, the glove falls. Then this is where he comes in. Okay, he slashes with his right hand. Okay, he got the blood. I don't know. I don't know if there's any contradictions here. Or anything. And then the body's nowhere to be seen. He could have just crawled out. But then again, we didn't search for any blood. I don't know. Okay, just gonna repeat now. There is a problem with the security. I don't know. There could be a problem with the security camera. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? The contradiction leads to the possibility that this man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose that we have the defense point out to this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out? Okay, now that's gonna be a problem. I have no idea. Very well. The proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Okay, let me see, just in case. Okay, let's see. I will now play this security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do this. You can do it, Mr. Wright. I set it up so you can fast forward and rewind and pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play too many times. I can't stand to watch this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction indicating the man may not be Detective Goodman? Okay, let's fast forward a bit. I think maybe when it drops the glove, maybe. Okay, let's see. No, because the glove just falls down at the locker. Where would it be? Oh, I can make it go a little bit. Oh, okay, cool. We could do like stop motion. Let's see. See, rewind it a bit. No, I didn't see anything. So he does reach for it. Do I have to point out the glove? Is it the glove? Maybe? The thing that's strange about the video has to be this.
Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of exercise. The point? What are you looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates many may not have been Detective Goodman.
Oh, yeah.
Phew, I almost walked into that defense's trap.
It wasn't that one. I'll play some address, sir. Rats. I need to slow down and tackle this one pace at a time. What do? Just continue playing the video. Very well, let's try this again.
Just remember one thing, right? Every time you point your finger at someone gets hurt.
See, this is one pointing his finger at us. True, he is. Alright, so let's try this again. Okay, so what is it gonna be? Okay, hurry up. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, now just go a little bit by little bit. Okay, so glove falls down, but that's nothing important. Okay, he's looking for something. I don't see anything else, and here's where Meekin comes in. Okay, this is when he starts attacking. Okay, so he gets his knife. Wait, is Detective Goodman, wait, is he left-handed or is he right-handed? Now that's the question, is he left-handed or right-handed? Is there any way to check? Let's see, Victim Goodman, detect criminal who handled SL9. Okay, doesn't tell me, okay. Well, now that would be a question, is he left-handed or right-handed? Because that could help a lot. But I don't know. I don't think I have any type of evidence that would prove that. Security camera, bloody handprints. What about the hand he held his... Oh yeah, true. I think he was using this one, was he not? Let me see. I don't know, can we get fingerprints from this thing? Because he was using a knife. Like, well, probably not that knife. Using a knife. I don't know, let's go back. Let's rewind. Okay, what knife is he using? I don't know. Well, it's not a broken knife, that's for sure. Okay, his hand is bleeding. Then they wrestle. And he still has the knife on him. Wait, how do you get that much blood on him? Unless he was bleeding a lot. Yeah, he doesn't have blood on him at that point. But, oh well, he does grab him. Yeah, he only gets the blood because he touched him. I don't know. I guess we can try to... Can we point... I don't know. Let's see. Let's see. Point the knife, maybe? Maybe this, any eye drops? Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those eyes, before your eyes get too teary. Perhaps you should think this through, Okay, well, it wasn't then that part. I don't know. There has to be something. Unless I have to continue with the testimony. Now what frame would it be? I guess I can try over here in the beginning, maybe. Yeah, this one is hard. Okay. Okay, maybe... Maybe there? Maybe? This ain't... Nope, didn't... That wasn't it. Okay, so it's not that one either. Yeah, come on. Come on, let's try this again. Oh, no, that's rewind. That's pausing. There has to be something. Wait. Okay, the thing already has fingerprint, okay. Yeah, this is very hard. At least the music tape, true, it is very nice. But then he just disappears. I don't see anything at the bottom. Okay, it says them battling. Wait, let me check something real quick. Do we have a... No, that's just the floor plans. Okay, so there should be blood there. Handprints there. I don't know. Is there anything on this glove, maybe? Don't see anything in the glove, so I don't know. Yeah, this one's hard. I don't see anything suspicious on the glove that fell. The locker. The vase? Wait, where did the vase come in play? Now that is another question. Now this had to do with the DSL incident, so it doesn't really do anything. Oh jeez. Man, this is hard. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. What is the thing that I need to contradict? I have no idea. Is it right there, maybe? Yeah, I have no idea. Jeez, this is hard. No, didn't get that one right. Man, I guess this is gonna return to constant examination for now. It seems I've been taking the wrong approach. Maybe. Okay, we'll come to that later if we can. So, yes sir, it's my duty as a police officer to help the lost, sir. Great, now they think I'm lost. I am lost, because I have no idea what to do. His face can't be clearly seen, but there's a question. Me, the detective, opened the locker. The locker opened is uniquely in question is Detective Goodman's locker. So it must be him, no one else could have... I literally have no idea what to do here. Ding. The blue badger. Is there anything to do with the blue badger? Not really, I don't think so. It has to be in the tape, probably, yeah. Something has to be in the tape. But I'm not sure what, though. Man, Okay, let's try the tape again, see if we can find something. Oh, ding, I hit the wrong button. No, the tape provided by the police department there was no problem with it. I admire your trust in the police department, Mr. Wright. Well, if you ask me, I think there's a problem with what's shown on the tape. Rather than the actual tape itself. Well, that sounds all true enough, but the victim's body was found in the prosecutor's office. There has to be a mistake somewhere. The real thing is not so much intense than the movies. Here, we could use the videotape as much, watch as many as you want. The security video. Maybe I should take another look at the footage. Probably. Alright, so it has to be somewhere in the videotape. But where? Okay, let's try it again. Sorry, yep. Okay, just let me go to the thing. Okay, there's a problem. Blah, 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 blah. Contradiction, yep, objection, yep. Come on. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, here we go. But seriously, what is the contradiction here? Is it the blue badger itself? I don't know. I don't see anything too weird, besides the body not being there. But again, the camera's too low. Well, the glove falls down. But I don't see anything else that could have happened. There has to be something I'm missing. Okay, that's where he gets attacked. And that's where he gets all the blood. Is it the blood, maybe? I guess I can try the blood. Maybe there, maybe? The thing that's strange about the video would have to be, this. Hold on a second. Okay, no, we failed again. Okay, well that didn't work at all. Okay, so it's not the blood, it's not the hand, not the knife. It's not the glove. What would it be? I have no idea. Okay, let's see. He opens that, the glove falls down, but it wasn't the glove. I already checked that one. Then he comes in. Then he gets attacked. Wait. Wait, which hand did he get attacked on again? Okay. Oh no, it is the right one. Okay, it's not his hand. I could assume he got attacked by the wrong hand, but no. That's his right one. Jeez, I have literally no idea. Man, this is tough. Maybe the locker, maybe? A wild detective gumshoe? Maybe. Okay, no, not that thing. Oh, gumshoes. That's what you're referring to. Gumshoe. Man, this is very hard. I seriously don't see anything strange. He opens the thing, glove falls down. He comes in. He gets attacked. Oh jeez, this is very difficult. Well, if anyone has any ideas, I don't mind if someone give me the answer. 'Cause I have no idea. Because I literally have no idea what I need to do here. Oh, Gumshoe escaped. No one can catch Gumshoe. There has to be something to do with this portion. But what? I really don't know. This is very, very confusing. Is it there? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, everything seems okay. Okay, he attacks. Then they start to wrestle. He gets hit, punched. Wait, what are we looking for? So, something that contradicts, something. I don't know, we're looking for a contradiction to prove his identity or something. I literally have no idea, though. We're looking for something that contradicts something. But to be honest, I already forgot, to be honest. We need a reason why and what we're looking for, though, true. They said something about something, I forget. I could probably just restart. How do I... Okay, well, I just have to do something. I can just say something in order to exit. Here's... There. Present there. Just to get rid of the video. Thing that contradicts. Hold on, user eye drops. Okay, return to the cross-examination. Yeah. Okay, so I guess I can try pressing on everything again. Okay. Okay, let's just press on everything. Tell me why were you able to get a good look at him? Because we keep looking for stuff that we don't even know what we're looking for. That's true. In the face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people not seen or seen the man's face, I believe we would have to classify as a ladder. A ladder, but why would you be standing in front of him if you weren't, were you not? More importantly, why were you helping the person who fought him, aren't you? Yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the one to look directly into the eyes. Yep. That's a good trait. But you sure it was him? You bet your badge on it. Okay. Okay, let's press on this one next. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people having seen or not seen. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can testify it. But while everyone's looking at me, I had to label your stares. It would be disturbing, or... Vegans. Eek. Bak. Having been shown a questionable video at the best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain that you testify. Yes, sir. You claim the person you brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goldman. Tell us why positively it was him. Okay, fingerprint on locker. About those lockers, there's no other way to open them. No, sir. I myself tried all the best kinds of methods, but the only response registered were fingerprints. Wonder what kind of methods he tried. If a man opens the locker's lock, which only responds to your fingerprints, then it must be the only person who was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. That's good too. Yep, that's it. Locker is definitely Detective Goodman's. How did you know that information? I've heard in rumors from people you know, sir. People in the know, the cafeteria ladies, yep, they keep you informed. They also listen to your romantic troubles. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified the information once more, reliable source. The victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint, yep. So it must be him, no one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important details are not shown in the video. The man's face. So, sir, if I may have to say something, sir, please do. After all, you're the one being cross-examined. So which fingerprints did we found at the locker? Well, there is one locker that had no fingerprints because they had a glove. And there is a good Gumshoe's fingerprints at his own locker. Then there was, Marshall's fingerprints on the very first locker when you enter the room. But we didn't check the locker, that one, for any fingerprints. So that one I'm not really sure. So there's only 2 sets of fingerprints that we know of for sure. But there's a total of 3 handprints. But only 2 have fingerprints. But that's the only thing that I know of. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in the case. I mean, his hand would open the finger lock, and that's why it was his hand that tried to thrust the knife at my bloody hair, An unsettled state to testify to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. This is... Unless the defense has a point. There's a problem. There has to be a problem with the security tape. But what is the problem? There's one thing particular that seems rather strange. Strange? The contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. But we have to find something that correlates to him not being Detective Goodman. What? This video contains a contradiction? So something that proves that it's not Detective Goodman. Interesting, Your Honor. I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose that we have the fans point out this alleged contradiction in the video. He wants us to point it out. Yep. Very well. Propose, accept. We have to find something that leads to it not being Detective Goodman. That's our first lead. Prove that it's not Detective Goodman. Yep. But how? I don't see anything that would. First hard. You could do it. You could set up a half fast forward and step. Just take a good look and sure to point out the right thing. Don't play too many times. Who knows? Now then. Please contradict that indicates that's not Mr. Goodman. Okay, what indicates that's not Goodman? Oh, hit the wrong button. Hit the wrong button. Play the video again because I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the courtroom stuff. Like he's in the mirror, might as well. Is there any possible information that can tell him which hand that he is his main hand? Is he left-handed or right-handed? Okay, what about his blood? Let's shoot. Wait, what? What's up? Did you figure something out? Let's see. Yes, there's blood here. There's victim got stepped on a pile of blood. Well, that makes sense if it wasn't over here. Because there was a pile of blood on this place. So there was a puddle of blood, that's for sure. Why is Goodman's locker different from the others? Like, it has a white on the top. Wait, really? Oh, let's see. Okay, let me see. Hurry up. Okay, so everything is dark. Has no light. You're right! It is turned on. That means it's been open already. Oh, I did not see that. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I did not realize that. The thing that's strange about this video is it has to be this. Officer Minkins? Yes, sir. Do you mean me, sir? As I understand, the locker apparatus works like this. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I do appreciate it. When you grab... Oh, it's probably the glove that prevented it from locking. That's why it fell down. Oh, that's why the glove fell. Oh. When you grab the handle at the sensor, reading your fingerprints if it's a match. It even uses the badger thing. Yeah. The light turns on and then the locker is released. Wait, is this supposed to have the badger's theme? Or is it bugged? Did I bug the game or is it supposed to have this? I don't know. Maybe I bugged it. I don't know. That's interesting. Really inappropriate music, but it's nice. According to my very limited experience, that's why I understand that, sir. If so, then there's something seriously wrong with this picture. Maybe it's supposed to have the theme. Maybe. I mean, when you press it was quiet until we started playing, so... Okay, it must be purpose? Okay. But it's interesting that they're still playing the Badger theme. Maybe they just have this video playing on backward and loop in the background. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind a little earlier. It's still on. And the light is still on. Here, notice the light?
What's this? It's already lit. Oh, it stopped, so it was supposed to play it. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order, order. What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. Oh, it's already been an hour. Well, thank you, Mabel, for promoting the Discord. Thank you. But the locker's locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, the sensor is triggered. You didn't even know the light because you thought it was a light since the beginning. Oh, true. Wait, I don't know the light. Oh yeah. It's weird, but I didn't even notice that, to be honest. In the locker, it automatically locks. Oh, I know. Must have been broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not likely, Your Honor. That sensor would detect and report any malfunctions. Oh, well, if it goes to show, an officer should keep their mouth shut. So, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? I do. Okay, it must be the glove. Yeah, me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, that's not exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor? Why, there's something else that seemed out of place in this video. Yeah, it was a glove. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Yeah, the glove. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Locker wasn't locked. Miss Wright, please tell us why the locker wasn't locked or something like that. Oh yeah, no problem, it was the glove. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, there we go. Glove. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh, no music this time. Oh, they muted it. Ooh, it burned me. Beep, 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 beep. Why don't no music? Okay, what's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, that's been my experience that things fall out when you open the doors. I often fall out and roll against great distances when something. We can't be sure. That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. True. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock, which the door is shut. What if something were inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted. Yeah, inserted. Oh. I guess they got tired of the music and they muted it. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. The white thing that wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. I understand now, sir. It was just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times I get stuck in the door when I get out of the patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have been extremely thin to fit inside the door. Not only that, it would also have to be blocked electrical circuits. It would need to be insulator. Yes, an insulator. But at the crime scene? There's just might be something that fits the description. But sir, that by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Yeah, it's the glove. Very well. Will the defense present those relative evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck between the door? Well, that was the glove. Glove. I found near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But isn't that the case that the lamplight attested this? On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order, order, order.
Oh, you got the Burmy. Congratulations.
So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom the witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Minkins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. This is a joke, maybe. Might be a joke.
Very well, begin your testimony.
I need some water, so I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Okay, I got water. There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman. To enter the evidence room, one must use the ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. And at the time of the crime, the detective has used his ID card. The detective probably lost his ID card. We got the report thing. At least the paper slip.
An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID record right here, Your Honor.
The ID used at 5:14, that is the victim. Just before the crime. Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference.
There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination.
Okay. Let me try something real quick. ID record of using it at the time must have used his card. Let me press on this one real quick. Earlier, I believe you testified that you asked the man to show his ID. He pulled a knife out on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything seems a contradiction. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Mr. Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on. So let's show him what we got. Well, he did submit the paperwork. Oh, was this it? Wait a moment, Mr. Officer Minkins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. He found it at the crime scene.
That makes sense.
When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room in the police department. I mean the other crime scene, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card.
A lost item report? It's only half completed.
But it shows Detective Goodman has lost something the day of the crime. Something important, even though it's filled out this report.
Let me guess, you believe it was something has to do with his ID card, right?
I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card.
Order. So now, what does this all mean?
I can only mean one thing. It doesn't require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered at the office room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card.
Order. Does the prosecution have to respond? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright.
Bravo?
Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins' encounter, was not Detective Goodman, and there are two grounds to support this. First was the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second was the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright?
Yes, that's what is he up to?
That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at the single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in this evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the incidents of murder.
That is, well, I guess that's right.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago that you seemed to content to pointing out your finger around.
This isn't going to end well. Yeah. Well,
it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explanation for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means...
What? What happened? My computer did something funny. Okay, we're good.
The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
Oh, don't worry. It's nothing too serious, hopefully.
So the real crime would only take place in one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murder being Miss Lana Sky, the defendant. The evidence is compiling. As a trustworthy witness, observed the moment of the defense used the murder weapon.
Oh no, we made things worse. But don't worry, everything's fine, hopefully. I knew that testimony was too shabby. It was all a trap from the very beginning.
The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered.
So it's either her sister or Meekins, maybe. But then again, who is this person though? It has to be some sort of related, because how would the ID card get towards the other place? Doesn't make sense. Like, how did the ID card move from one location to another? There has to be someone involved.
Who exactly is the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial is purpose to examination of only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor. Miss Wright, you have to do something, or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get it? Wait, how am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object? One moment, Your Honor.
What is it now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what I just have proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecutor's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proved one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. True. That is true. Okay. Anything... And... Oh, wait! Wait. Did you see that? There's something in the other locker. Oh, there was something in, Marshall's locker that had stuff in it that wasn't there before. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder of the parking lot. Specifically, a large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense determines that further examination into the truth of the matter.
Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated.
We are not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. Just might be my chance. A time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor?
The defense would like to request a specific witness.
Oh? Whom do you have in mind?
Someone who has a reason to believe, that knows the truth. The truth behind the evidence that took place in the evidence room.
The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Miss Wright. This person who would have to testify, what would his or her name be?
It would be Jake Marshall.
Officer Jake Marshall. Why him?
I cannot let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel like we should hear what he has to say.
The prosecution agrees with the defense request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Furthermore, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is on subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time?
We will, Your Honor.
Court is in recess.
Recess time. Break time. So, you're doing okay, Lana? There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured out anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you've always knew everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal.
Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making detectives run around though while on duty. While on top of that, you call me? Here, I've been happier than I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay, so what have you brought? Have you brought what I asked?
You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstance, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would have thought that it was gonna be you who asked me. Could I bother you bringing me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But Lana, I thought Mr. Phoenix Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do as well as to read them.
I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were the witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Oh.
Files for the Joe Drake killing solved 2 years ago. Interesting. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. I guess that's true. Oh, wait. Now that I brought this to your stuff, you're going to ignore me. Emma, but why? Why is your name here? Wait, her name's in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident is that? That is classified number... That is the classification number that the police have filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Drake killings. The Joe Drake... No, Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Wait, what's happening? Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Grant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone's involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. You know, you might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. True. To be continued. Alright, part 2 of the trial. Oh, things are getting kind of intense. Okay, let's see. Can I read the case files now? Okay, before we continue, let me see, read the trial, the file. Okay, let's see. Incident number SL9. Closed. Perpetrator, Joe Drake. Crime, serial murderer. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, James Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall? Wait, Neil Marshall? Oh, is that like Marshall's brother or something? Well, it has to be related to Marshall somehow. Trial data, head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Exclusive investigators, Damon Grant, Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigator, Jake Marshall, Angel Star. So Jake Marshall is probably related to Neil Marshall somehow. Interesting. Okay.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Emma didn't come back. Oh, Emma.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room in the day of the crime.
Hey, no drinking in the courtroom.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Stop drinking in the courtroom. You're not supposed to drink. Especially not alcohol.
Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same name as you, wandering trials of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when we need. Yes, we get it.
At least he's not shaving. True.
Oh, I know, you're a patrolman.
As for my name, if you just listen to the hot snuff, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I have never heard Edgeworth described that way before.
Now, Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is that correct?
Oh, no. He's shaving. He's shaving in the courtroom now. Yeah.
According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is bound to the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best that we get on with this quickly. He's shaving too much. I can't allow shaving in my courtroom for too long. Please share us with your testimony of the day of the crime. in plain English.
Oh, he does not Western.
My job was to keep a wary eye on the Bones Orchard. As they say, I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room protected by the 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. It's just innocent traveling, man, so you're out of ammo this time, it'll hit the trail.
Interesting.
I could not say particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining.
Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, very well. About the fingerprint activated locks at the evidence lockers.
Fingerprint activator locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not very helpful.
He's not good with machines, or with following orders. Everything's got their own weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems a little troubled. Okay, Miss Wright, he's all yours.
Okay. So the thing is, he did not know about the locks. That's weird. Okay, my job was to keep them wary own bone. What do you mean by that? Tell me. How exactly do you keep an eye on evidence room?
I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitors. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I'm just a caretaker who's irritated
the recordings? What do you mean?
Videos or nothing aren't useful, so when time comes, I erase the tapes.
If nothing's unusual recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I erase a tape, it feels like I'm erasing a part of my life.
Oh, so deep. This guy has a flair for dramatics, but this isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room.
They say I'm supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but it ain't my style.
But you made your rounds on that day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style.
Wait, didn't he go to it? Let me see. I thought he did go in there once. Let me see. Oh no, okay. That was Bruce. Okay, I thought he did, but I guess not. I'm afraid I don't understand.
No, Desperado, I know, let's rules get in his way.
No desperados, I know, joined the police force.
Oh, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime? Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was rubber gloves stuck between the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. Haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired? Ooh, he should at least go in there at least once in a while. Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course, but back in my day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't tell you how a bike works.
That's quite, incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives aren't aware of their presence. Now that you mention it,
Detective Gumshoe said the same thing too.
At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what we're doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, it was at the Street Sign Saloon. Wait, what kind of Street Sign Saloon? What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti.
Ooh, spaghetti.
Not even Angel Steak lunches can beat that parlor's voyage spate pasta. Did you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duty to eat some noodles? not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
But tacos are delicious.
That's not what I mean. I hope that this has at least taught you a lesson.
That's strange. This is usually where Edgewood says, hold it or objection. Do not want to raise this year. Oh, that part too. Yeah, he usually says that. If it's just an inconvenient traveling man, okay, out of ammo. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. Or at least you call it evidence.
If you plan to pin it on me, pin this crime on me, then you better draw.
Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back to the west of the sunset. One thing is clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness does not appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors don't. Or I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best to keep my cool. Before I use it though, I better up the ante.
True.
Okay, so where am I supposed to press? No, I press on everything, I mean, but then... What do I need to press for? Okay, let me save. Okay. What can I do? Has to be something. Our glove, evidence, Marshall's fingerprints. Okay, maybe that works. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet, you dragged me down here. Explain yourselves, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm a caretaker of the crypt. I pay my checks. That's all that is make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be there.
I only wish it was there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Oh, got him.
Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene?
The blood was wiped away, however. Luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders.
I take it that you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall.
About the blood-stained fingerprint?
Yeah.
Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Okay, let's see what he has to say for himself.
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. Like one of them happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker with my the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know that the murderer was wearing gloves?
How did you know that the murderer was wearing gloves?
See, I had nothing to do with it.
Was he wearing gloves? Let me see the video real quick. I wish I could make this go faster. Was he wearing gloves? I don't remember. No, I don't know. Is those gloves? Maybe.
Although there is room for doubt. Life wouldn't be so fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now begin the cross-examination of the witness.
This guy's holding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Yeah. I think so. Let's see. Like I said, it'll be natural. One of them just happened at the same place as him, touched me by chance. Plus things completely unrelated. Okay, well, how do you know the murder was wearing gloves?
How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I'll keep up with the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, though, to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too.
So that would mean the murderer was wearing gloves? Happened to be at the place that had on top of Marshall's handprint. That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let this worm this way out. I've got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to the crime. Okay, let's try reading everything again. Just press on everything.
That is because how did you put this pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And that's one more thing. That locker happened to be mine. What do you mean? I mean what I said. That locker I used when I was still a detective, the locker I still use. And that is there now, though a heap of broken dreams. I think. It'd be strange if my parents weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint locker all this time without even knowing it. True. Oh hey, that got updated. Locker. It's on his own locker. Okay.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
The seal of blood in the desert is just a food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trial isn't on there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully when you're going with this cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Wait. Let me see something else. Let's see. Yeah, it is closed. There's nothing fabric. So I think he just snitched on himself. Let's just double check. Because the locker doesn't have anything right now. And then we'll just try to... Okay, just have to wait. Just double check. Come on. I wish we had the fast forward feature on here. Yep, still blank. There's nothing there. I could have sworn I saw something last time. Stab, stab. Struggle, struggle. Still nothing. And then he's down. There's no body, no other body. Then here's the thing. Okay. Let's see if I was right. And yep, see, there's something there. That locker was open. And only Officer Marshall can open it. So yep, there we go. Unfortunately, you kind of... yeah. Can I prove it?
How exactly is the evidence statement now related?
They aren't... Come on, they are! Just let's watch the videotape again!
No, Mr. Wright, please read the...
You serious? Do I have to press on that statement? Probably. Okay, press on the video statement then.
What do you mean by that? You know what? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, the video is the only direct evidence you have.
I do, yes. I know that is your locker that was open. But this video, next to useless, is full of blind spots.
Blind spots? Places you can't see.
Yes, but that one locker has been opened. As of right beginning, there's nothing sticking out of the locker. Oh, I forgot to read that.
If someone were unfamiliar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on the tape. We don't have time for speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Miss Wright, can you show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present? Please do so now.
I do. I do.
Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might end up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us the incriminating evidence, though, of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall.
Yep. Can I fast forward? I can fast forward. Almost there. Okay. A little faster. We're almost there. Boom. Right there. Right there. Bring your attention back to the security camera. Is a mistake I'm afraid you will not forget, Officer Marshall.
The days are short in Texas, son. So are our tempers. Could you please sum up what you have to say 8 words or less?
Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video.
Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner.
The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. See? That's gonna be right over here. Right there.
The locker with the white cloth sticking out? That was the witnesses, I believe.
Now, let's rewind the video a bit. Rewind. We're rewinding the video. And bam, nothing.
Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall?
When did the crime take place? The white cloth wasn't there. And then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were there in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. What you gonna say?
Order. I will hold your horses, partner. Sorry, partner, but you've got the wrong man. So what if my lock was open?
That does mean I'm the one who opened it. Actually, it kinda does. Hopefully you didn't hear that. There's a really loud cow outside.
The murderer needs to hide something, so he opened the lock and stuck it in. Not my fault having to choose mine.
Bro, we literally just went over this. It needs a fingerprint to open the locker. You did hear it, but it's all good. Okay, no problem. Yeah, that was really loud car.
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
Because you're the only that can open the locker. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know.
I hate to rain on your parade, but
the only person who can open that particular locker...
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I can open that locker. Now prove it.
Yeah, it's the fingerprint. Let's see, where's the locker? Locker. Oh, there you go.
Fingerprint sensor.
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, lockers aren't that obvious. Even some people are on the force don't even know about the fingerprint lockers, sensors, or something. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Dude, what are you chewing on?
Well, I got 1 word for you, partner. No.
Oh.
Order. Explain yourself. If this is a joke, this is the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this isn't a joke, Officer Marshall. Now please, tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the day of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? Alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure it out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at the floor planes. You think it's jerky? Maybe. It could be jerky. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins did not see Officer Marshall. True. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That is right. The only possible conclusion that he was the one who was wearing the trench coat. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Oh yeah, he was the quote-unquote victim. Officer Marshall was standing right here. But that's there? But that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim on the video is Officer Marshall. It was you who dressed up like Detective Goodman. That is preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw his man's face, he knows for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. True. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled out a knife on me. Yep. Something about that officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would not have needed to enter the evidence room, so he must be carrying it. Then the answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized that man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say for this, Officer Marshall? Are you gonna finish that jerky? You've got quite an imagination, partner. Well, got a term for that called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it? You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you I can't speak. Unless you have hard-earned evidence proving that I dressed up as the victim. I can't really say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I really care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence beyond of a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Someone seems like you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ugh, this can't be happening. Is it obvious that he's the one? What can I do? What's going on? Edgeworth? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was starting out. When you run into a wall, when no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, it would have been Mia who told me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think his locker was open in the first place? What would that mean? What would you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet despite the chance It might be discovered later, as it been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument. Oh, you got a Persian. Nice. Officer Jake Marshall, dressed up as Detective Gumshoe, jeez, Detective Goodman, at the time of the crime. And then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. It was to hide the costume, that's why. The fact that the white cloth sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all the unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us what the witness happened to put in his locker. He seems very quiet. Yeah, he's not talking much. Let's see, what could he put? Was it? I'm sure it was his jacket, his trench coat thing. Yeah, it should have been his trench coat. Because it was covered in blood. But do I have to... See, there's no blood there. Let's see, let's try to get... Oh, here we go. Present that. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you, and when asked to show you an ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing got spoiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Oh, so you're admitting it? Are you admitting it? Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as present as you were today, we wouldn't have to be in this here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did, all of it. All right. It seems the time has come. All right, let's see. I had to do it that day. I couldn't stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the cameras. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Interesting. Hiccup. So the supposed victim was really you? But that's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered then, how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. I guess he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. True. That's a lot of blood. You had to do it on the day, so you can't let it die. Okay, hold it. When you say it, you mean... Don't you have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years had passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I had to do anything with it. That incident's not over. But why did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only the case lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what it costs. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation.
Why does he care so much about it? Because his brother was a victim or a family member. Either or, I don't know. But there's a victim that he's related to. That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the Detective King. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'll be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So, you did fool the security camera and the detective's ID card? I stole it the morning of the incident. If that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed in this despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how you will disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprint. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself. But he could because of the rubber glove that just happened to be stuck by the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Marshall to knock, so you knocked him out, hold it. You pulled a knife on the Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is 1 in 1 million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to show his ID. I'll have to think a little bit more about his race this year. Oh, there he goes, his famous catchphrase. When did Edwards get so much influence? True. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... Oh, he does look like the same. Okay, so yeah, that was his knife. And managed to escape unknown to which areas So... you did your research beforehand. Those going into the desert unprepared don't live for long, partner. True. I don't think it would make a difference, though. The security tapes is raised every 6 hours. If I've gone through the plan, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat with your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker, stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during the time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So, what are you saying is on that day? There was no murder. The blood found in the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. Are you blind? The victim shown on the tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edwards, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Oh, someone is in there. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Far away, partner. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether to answer. Decide whether to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It just can't be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are a very valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This is all me, all mine. I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual sense of zeal. Let's hear it more.
I can't forget the SL9 incident. You know why.
Oh, is it because of your brother? Or something? Let's see.
Officer Marshall, I think I understand.
So he tried to stab someone just because of that? Probably. He's just trying to get the case. Because, in this SL9 incident, his brother or a relative was murdered. So, he just wanted to try to get it solved,
Hey
I think.
viewers, join our Discord server.
Oh, dang,
with
it's
the
been 2 hours already.
password, The
Dang.
Moon Cat, for more magical fun and to
I think I
connect
know
with our
why you care
community.
so much about the
Let's
SL9
share
incident.
our love for games
Sounds like
and
you've been
anime together.
sipping
Your
too much
presence
cactus
makes
juice,
our
partner.
journey even more special.
I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here.
In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man?
Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you heard that. I'm sure you've heard that name. 2 years ago. Oh, he received the same lousy persecutor award you got. What? A persecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutor Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And that case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother.
Oh. He was investigating the murders with Damon Grant. He's then Deputy Chief of Police. Oh. The group of detectives I was part of working under them. We got desperate to prosecute the killer. Oh, that's the killer?
Joe Drake. My brother fought Drake and was killed. That was the first time Drake left behind any evidence. That's all that we needed. He arranged and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Drake. I knew my brother better than anyone else. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's the reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what's on the record saying. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now, we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could reopen. Not satisfied with the resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence.
Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Of course, Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled.
Yes, the mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The thing that happened by chance never ceases to amaze. At the exact same time, the murder at the prosecutor's office, the fake murder was going on in the police department.
Chance? It just got to be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. The Chief Prosecutor, Lana Skye.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial.
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. Yet it remains a mystery of the simulated murders at the police department. It seems to me this one's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. A sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely inconceivable. If you have a response, make it single word or less. Objection? That, I rest my case.
Dang, we just proved that she's the murderer.
It seems like this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I don't need to waste any of my time.
Disproving my allegations of murder at the police department. Oh, there's no doubt it was proved today was true. The apparent murderer on the security tape was really fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection? Someone said hold it. Oh, don't cry yet. I'm sure we can solve this. Hey, it's Lana. I mean, Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma, the defense has some objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right?
Miss Wright? Are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor, I'm asking for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Oh, he's nice. He gave us 3 minutes. I was kind of in a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referring to Joe Drake killings. Now that she mentioned it, the name of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, when Officer Marshall was trying to do that game. So I knew his fingerprints had nothing to do with the crime. The one left and the one thing... that's one thing... jeez, I can't speak. That's left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured that if I examined it scientifically, I'm sure they'll find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Miss Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue that we have. If you can't find something wrong with them, then please, Miss Wright, you're the professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy.
It's time's up. Now, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident of the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark.
Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be any more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If I ever needed to concentrate now, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Probably. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
Only one thing that seems clear is that you're gasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intensely at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that when drawn would completely change the meaning of the bloody mark.
Let's pray the defense has simply trying to buy time.
Very well, Mr. Wright. With all the evidence here, there gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? I'm not really sure. Is it the badger? Something missing from the floor plans. I have no idea. The only thing I think about is the badger. Oh, well, I guess might as well just try it.
What about that piece of plywood?
The blue badger, the mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here.
So?
Which means, what happens when we put him in? This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Oh. Oh yeah, there would be no chance to put the bloody handprint if he was in front of the locker. True. That would make sense, yeah. So that means it's been there since the very beginning.
Well, what?
That's right. So as long as the blue badger is standing here, it would be impossible to place the handprint at this spot in the locker. What? Hehe, gotcha. I don't know, we got someone.
So this means, just what exactly does it mean?
It means it cannot be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces are undeniably found in that locker.
Don't look at me. Miss Wright, I think this through scientifically. Emma, on the afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger into evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow for far-fetched banderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it is the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on the tape, taken on the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... Oh, so you're telling me that Officer Goodman was murdered much more earlier. Oh, that would make sense, yeah. But when then they see the blood on the floor? Unless they somehow cleaned it up. Someone bled prior to the struggle that led to this tape. It would have been... Oh, my brain? What about your brain? Is your brain okay? Unless you're having a big brain moment and you know what's going on.
And it had been Detective Goodman. When he was really murdered.
Oh, it's too much information to process? Yeah, it's a lot of information.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming that this murder you reported really happened, when did it take place?
I demand you show evidence that proves it when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? Oh, it probably happened with the number 777.
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Officer Jake, who has been posing as Detective Goodman, the other incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves that.
Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, As Mr. Edgewood said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? Show us when this first crime took place.
Oh yeah, no problem. This thing. ID records. If the crime took place inside the evidence, then the killer would have had to enter it. In other words, to do so, an ID card would have been required.
An ID card? Oh! The ID card record.
Yeah, it's the first one, 777777.
Officer Meekins
brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's say, 4:50. If the crime took place before the time, then it would be 4:40. Miles, you didn't, did you?
Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never knew you figured it. Never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot. Wait, doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out that it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't got it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the Illuminal test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have just 10 minutes to the murder, then the victim's body carried away. And clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. It's a 777. Oh, thank you.
Phenol Mizu 12 wishes Moonmist a happy
Thank you, Mizu.
birthday. Maple,
Thank
the
you.
bear
Welcome.
magical girl, joins in the celebration. May your
Thank you,
day
thank
be
you.
filled
Yeah,
with
also thank you for the
magic,
head pat, thank you.
joy, and special moments. You're a shining light in our lives. Happy birthday.
There's only one other card
Moonmist.
remaining, number 77777. Hey, how you doing, Mizu? Hopefully you're having a wonderful day. And hopefully also a night. Hopefully you rested between streams. Yeah. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How did Detective Goodman enter the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered a long time ago with a real murder. Oh, doing good? Just relaxing
Welcome,
in bed with a
Mizu,
cup of tea?
to our
Nice.
enchanting
That's good.
stream. Your presence adds
you know what?
to
I
the
should probably shout you
magic
out
of our
too.
journey. Let's make this
Let's
adventure
see.
even
Since
more
you also
delightful
stream, so
together.
might as well shout
Enjoy
you
the
out.
moments ahead with
Let me
us.
go ahead and do that real quick. Hopefully I have the command working properly. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully I have the command working. No, I guess the command doesn't work. Dang it. I thought I had that command working. No, sorry. No, but I want to shout you out though. What is the actual other shout out command though? I want to shout you out since you also stream. Okay, so the other one doesn't work. Pull. Oh, here we go. Shout out. Well, we could just do that one. I guess I don't have the other one set up. Yeah, everyone should follow Mizu. He also streams. He streams a lot of good games. Oh, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Do appreciate you being here. Okay, so, let's see. But you're doing good with a cup of hot chocolate. Ooh, hot chocolate. Nice. That sounds very good. Let's see. He must have been entered a long ago with his real murderer. So no problem. That's only possible explanation. He went in with 777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this as soon as possible. Find out whose ID number is 777777. One extra 7. That's one too many 7s, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up that owner of the ID card. At least that's present. What? Explain yourself, son. ID number 77777 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is in so-called evidence executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire such person's identity. Dang. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation in which we can guarantee such authority. If an official charge is filed against the executive is accepted. An official charge?
you're all alike, aren't you? With all your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Ding. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate that if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander? Is that it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes. No, not you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I wanted to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh. Interesting. Do you need to... Wait, do you need the witness to repeat the question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for the trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerless of the law. At least I did. Hmm? Lana, it became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. And before I realized it, we were all the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During the trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you can you look at me, an investigator in the crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I didn't have to, Officer Marshall. Why'd you answer him? Dramatic crimes require dramatic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we have to do. We did what we had to do in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence... You admitted to forging evidence? Dang. That's rough. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Uh-oh. Oh, jeez. Order! Lana's remark caused so much of a stir that the chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Dang, everyone got so upset. I know, right? Dang. We are in an opera place now. Oh, yeah. It's crazy. I know, there's a lot of people. Oh, did it save? Okay, there we go. Alright. Hopefully this is the last part. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Dramatic crimes require dramatic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get the verdict he deserved. I don't know. I never knew that the SL incident was just another name for the Joe Drake killings. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she's used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Drake's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what does that have to do... What do you have to do with the killings, Emma? On the night of Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Drake tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh.
So that means you... Yes. I was the witness in Joe Drake's trial. I didn't see that coming. Dang. What happened 2 years ago? It was right about the time of this year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, the terrifying man came busting into the office, Joe Drake. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Drake tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget. Lightning struck as the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside of the window, lighting up the office for one instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? Oh, dang. That's terrifying. I don't remember most of when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you were able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. It must have been why she made up the crime. Made up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could just have testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he was not even known about it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. So she must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Ding. What did you see in the incident the crime occurred? Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Dang, that's terrifying. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Aww. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you must have been through so much. So sad. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crimes with my team and testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That's why Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Ooh, something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said that you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why would you or a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by the prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Drake has been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this has happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, and he fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective office in questioning room were right across the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Did I tell you? 2 years ago? Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Well, what? That's news to me. After Joe Drake's case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Oh, so Lana used to be a detective. Interesting. Alright, let's go ahead and go to the detention center then. Man, how long is this case? Game? Oh, okay. Ooh, had me worried there for a second. Oh, Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think that you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. I think the game was in a traffic jam? Maybe. Probably. It's a very big traffic jam at that. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about those unusual changes of job? I suppose you have the right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at today's trial, not at the least of which was the factor that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how observant Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happens, you'll always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all the dramatics aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me that's not true, Lana. You witnessed what the witness Miss Starr said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't just involve me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Detective Chief Grant cracked together. Chief Grant? He was the deputy of chief. He was the deputy of the chief of police back then. But he still worked with crime scenes. Damon Grant, he was everything aspired to be. They were even the best team ever. They solved crimes before they even reported kidnapping film. Emma really idolized her big sister. But now, you're the chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. That's the reason I became a detective, was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Grant helped in this SL9 case that was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged for my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should have been I should ask more about the investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command in the detective's investigation, Drake. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Grant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Grant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, in whose case it was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Oh, so that one person at the very bottom was his brother. I see. Without a doubt, Joe Drake was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were so desperate for evidence. Those final murder took place when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Drake. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Dang. Damon Grant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Drake that day. The investigation was its final stages, and Drake must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Grant and Marshall let their guards down, and then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Grant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Grant and Marshall were questioning Drake. Dang. Oh. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Drake. During the struggle, it seems that Marshall struck the final blow before he died. Joe Drake had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her, after all. Her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Drake under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. Wait, you think it's pronounced Dark instead of Drake? Oh, maybe. Dark. Maybe. You were involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. It was quite a coincidence, Wait, so you Drake? Pronounced Dark. Okay, I'm confused, but we'll go with that, yeah. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to the extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced that the ruling against Joe Drake, Drake? I don't know. I'm just... Dark. Yeah, let's go with Dark. Yeah, Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live in rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon, Grant, and I shared. That office that Mr. Grant now occupies by himself, the chief office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief office and the site of the final SL9 murder. Ooh. Okay, so going over here. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things might have kind of quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Is the entrance? Oh, hey. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Caseta. You never knew what life leads you, huh, Bambina? I would've known my luck had run out when old Billy drying up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Hey, where are you heading? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? The prospectors head west. If I was at the scene, if there was any case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, do you mind telling us what exactly happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something's fishy about that trial from the beginning. It was just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial apostrophe report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was never a perfect match, and the wounds of the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, it's possible that had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case was left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. Dang. I gotta look, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just had made detective when I went down. It was the first case together. Oh, how old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the kings of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Martian must have been really close with his brother. The day SL9 incident took place, why, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodwin was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation save one was taken care of. True, they all got transferred or fired. Or murdered. Miss Starr was fired because I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. And what about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Now, if they were careful enough not to be too obvious. Now, I wonder why isn't he in bars because of that? Who knows? I'm sure, well, he is going to get interviewed later. So he probably is going to go over there soon. Hey? Well, who you're talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Grant and Lana Sky. Investigation lead Damon Grant and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of the duo. That case was a bigger step in both their careers. And after that ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Grant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentioned it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but that's your secret secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret is that all started 2 years ago. So, there you have it. That's my story. Didn't you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy, Edgeworth, is my enemy. Oh, that's nice of him. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get the guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence, planted everything in. That someone is Damon Grant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be the patrolman after today. Oh, well, drink up. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Oh, bye, Marshall. And yeah, he's going to get arrested now and fired. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking exactly what went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we're provided in court today on the day of the crime. No one was murdered in evidence at room at 5:15. Oop. So, so he was just in the middle of moving? Yeah, he was turning himself in. He was going there, yeah. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, looks like we're just ended up making Lana look bad. You look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Dang. Let's see, where else do we need to go? Do we miss anything over here? This rope is, yep. They laid it on the outline of the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed on the trunk on him. You've only got, wait, you have to be the only person I know that will come to that conclusion. Okay, so where do I need to go now? Back to the detention room? No, not here. Oh, okay, it's updated. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying that she did and the decision on what to do. About Mr. Edwards, not to mention our statement to the media tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going around than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festives is the word you usually use for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Grant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to get there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Okay. Well, hopefully nothing happens over here. Ooh, that's quite the piano. Oh, geez, that is... Wait a minute. That's the picture. Wait. That's... The trophy has like a sword. Wait, but the other trophy didn't have a sword. Weird. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out these pipe organs. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching. Oh. Dang. I never remember where the C was. Oh, hey, it's Grant.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Grant. He put the papers he was reading on his desk.
Oh, so, righto. Have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's conduct and on his prerogative statement.
Prerogative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years has passed since that incident. Oh, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there?
Yeah. See, the sword. That shield thing, the trophy has a sword. But the one that Edwards got didn't have a sword. Did they update it or something? Because that's a different.
That's the picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So, Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
We took it as a command of our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't seem to put my finger on it though. It's the statue thing. It's missing. Our statue that Edwards got doesn't have the sword. That's the thing that's different. Why did they get rid of the sword? Hi? Oh, there you go.
Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there's matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
But
all the same, we'd still like to look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
That seems very suspicious. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with just yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Grant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way that we can get inside the chief office. How can we get inside? Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in the meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting too long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Well, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the chief prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. It's because of what my sister said. That's basically what it all boils down to. They falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now, Mr. Edwards has been the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Dang. Edgeworth's crime? But why would Mr. Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they presented in court. Not only that, but as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. He's amazing talent, and the prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent raises to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joints, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems like you don't have many problems with enemies. Well, yeah, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure. I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Oh, poor Edgeworth. Actually, I took a look at that file earlier, while the coffee was brewing. He seemed genuinely concerned for Mr. Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything? Only evidence that Dark left was behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of them all. Well, what is it? Let's see. I was thinking I had to do something with a murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look at all these written somewhere here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. Might jog his memory. Okay. So, let's talk about these crimes. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take on 2 serial killings? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car, so it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed it into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident, then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. He killed Kid, he jogger came up with the scene, he killed as well, and finally turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, that's all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone who, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing the last witness wasn't killed. The least witness? aka Emma. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the murder weapon. This thing. About this. Hey, pal, is that... It's a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would have been the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since the case was closed, that knife's been locked away in locker. On the day that Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it came all back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. Murder weapon. This knife, it was Joe Drake's... Joe Dark's, wasn't it? Oh, that's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. And no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice it. Well, yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside his stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Snapped in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found inside the wound. The broke tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If you want money you should go as Chief Grant. It's not about money, but does it concern the chief? His office is a crime scene, right? Where is Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered? The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd love to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Wait, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'll be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired just because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make his mind change his mind. What can we present? This thing? Oh hey, that's it. That's the king of prosecutors where the Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? That's the reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. Okay. What can I use? This picture? Let me share a piece of that with you. If you don't have a clue, then keep it to yourself. Okay, that's not it. The report? I've been studying about those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while I was going, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Alana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged the evidence in order to prove Joe Dark's guilty. Okay, so not that one either. Looting. What would it be? Nope, not that one either. Okay. What is that? Oh. Is that? Oh wait, this is new. Where's the? Oh. I didn't read that. That's new stuff. I thought it was gonna be everything. Let me see. I can't believe Officer Marshall will do something like that. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. And when I first started out, he gave me a small cactus. Really? He said she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone's on to trade places with him. Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar, I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere. Or maybe it was one of those memories people have from previous lives. Must be the most uninformed detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he'll be yelling at me. Chief Grant? Where could I have seen that before? Interesting.
Hey viewers,
No locker can be
join
opened
our
on the fingerprint
Discord
match.
server
Besides,
with the password
there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's glove? And without any fingerprint. Shh. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you better not pleading with Edgeworth. Okay, so not that one, Cheddar Talking. Yep, okay, same thing. Oh, the lost item report? Very impressive, Detective. You know what it is right off the bat. Well, I'm a master of misplacement, you know. Master? That's such a thing, cool ring to it. That's the way I see it. If things aren't meant to be lost, then why aren't they meant to be? They're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. With a higher power, maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. Maybe. Okay, not that one either. Hey, okay, 6. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us. Hey, did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, Detective? Quack! Run! Achoo! Oh, bless you, Gumshoe. Bless you. If there's any helps, one time I took a nap on a bench when it was wet paint. Well, I'm not comforted. That's the ID record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m., the victim, Detective Goodman, must have been entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone else with executive officer number. 777777777. That's one more 7. That's one too many 7s, Detective. An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. True. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, that's the new type. I've never seen that bottle before. At 3 inches away from the base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. You mean I can't detect any blood traces? Well, not quite the same thing as luminol. Oh, so that's why the lady at the counter had a smirk on her face. Oh, he bought something different. About this thing, that's a tag attached to it, the label that SL9 is in. I think I already did this one. Is that the broken murder weapon that you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? I've never seen this since case was locked. Okay, yeah, we already read this one. Shoe? Nope, not that one either. Okay, jeez, that's as sure as a photo of Miss Star. Anything you could tell they'll talk us about. That's Mrs. Star's quiet lady. Why, I remember, I was Winter, I was 16. She was the only one who ever talked to me about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. Ooh, maybe. Okay, not that one either. Okay, not this one either. Do I not have the right evidence? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain and evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say almost all the officers nowadays. He would have saved a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it too well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we're able to prove another possibility today. That possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. Oh, you caught a Goldine. Congratulations. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's hide, stabbed with Wait, found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? That would have been Chief Prosecutor Sky that did such things. Oh, hey, I didn't mean, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. That's the ID card belongs to the victim, Bruce Goodman. Oh, you can't do just about anything with these cards these days. Secret number's scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself, but I'm me after all. What can I be wrong with that? I think I'll stay out of this conversation. So I guess I need to find other pieces of evidence. Yes, nothing's making me want us to take him over there. What can I do? Guess we could go back to the underground parking lot. Nope, nothing there. Oh, High Prosecutor's office is open. Let's see. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. Oh, there he is. He looks like he's writing something.
Oh, what are you doing here?
He sure is quick to throw his paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live in the past 2 years with flying rumors around. What on earth? What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That Edgeworth's for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Forged evidence.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used falsified evidence to obtain guilty verdict. That's what all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you don't know, don't you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bound of trust. If that bound is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth?
I take pride in my work, so tell me why? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for tomorrow's trial?
First and last year's trial, and now this one's. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk away on this trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's where my superiors are banking on. I never thought this case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most list runs twice as long.
It's only half as long as the most list? That's odd.
After a new marshal was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. I used evidence I was given to prove suspects guilty. That was really the only thing in my mind at the time.
Say, what we just saw in the picture taken around last time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it.
Oh. It's that one picture with the brother. Could you tell me about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You're participating in the ceremony over the station, right?
I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you weren't awarded this?
Those receiving awards cannot exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up in the office this morning and then drove to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, critical stuff or something, I don't know. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Grant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That story is what we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
Okay, so let's go ahead and present that one photo. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Grant's office. The prosecutor, Neil Marshall.
He had such a start in making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken away when he received the King of Prosecutors Trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes? The trophy Mission Marshall is holding is that a little different than the one yours. You're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was an official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind that design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us it? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the word was based on. Oh, contradiction. This word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. First means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Sure. Everyone knows that. Why do you have to... You don't have to tell me, though. It's for Emma's sake, yeah. Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield claimed to withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict one another. Very persuasive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items described both of them. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chip of the shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's item. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at loss for words. But in our nature to pursue matters into their own conclusion, even as a result in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edwards, I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Grant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part award abolished. Chief Grant? Oh, interesting. Okay, now where do we go? Oh, let's see. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a £1/4 of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the cautious type, aren't you? A lot kinda like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd dig up the case from 2 years ago. Everything in this trial was involved around SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day of the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This cannot be all attributed to more coincidence. Are you forgetting something? You know, a little sense I happen to be a witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. This roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana. It dated all back to 2 years ago. Oh. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll soon not forget. Well tailored for him for half a year. Ooh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Oh, he must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were so close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on SL9 case. Of course they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Grant? Oh. That legendary pair was the reason they were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Oh, thank you. I'll take a quick drink of water.
Alright, thank you. I needed that. My throat was getting a little parched. Thank you again, Zach. Thank you. Items from our team never found... Wait, items from our team never found what suddenly appeared while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have proof of anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us Sage Goodmans were relieved from our duties. Most without even an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to become a prosecutor, not only as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Oh. Maybe she was being blackmailed or something. Damon Grant, Lana Sky. Grant led the investigation while Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Grant, magnesium, in particular, was almost unreal. Magnetism. What is it? Magnetism, yeah. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract the evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the case that he handed. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there was rumors about him even back then. No one dared to confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana and all the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. He hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall? When Jake's brother was murdered, he felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from the shock. That's what makes it all the more frustrating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. And what she did to have to turn so cold after that. Oh. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Grant's powers of influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There's only one thing left for him to control. And that's not other that stands in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he controlled the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. And that's what might have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but there's one thing for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. The only logical conclusion, there must have been some reason for her to change. At least, I'm finally getting close to this bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Mrs. Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've ever been. Ooh. Let's see. Okay, you're good. Then you're good. Guess we go back to the police department? Oh, here you go. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of those files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think it just means desk jockey. Oh, that's DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief office, period. That may be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of this SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make Detective change his mind. True, but what? What can we make him change his mind? We've gone through everything. But what can we use? Okay, not that one. Okay, not that one either. That's it. Okay, the chief prosecutor. Oh, that's new. The dragon. That was the dragon.
I think for sure, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but it sounds more exciting. Anyway, it's kind of a goalie after that. I spare you the details. Let me see. Okay, so it wasn't that important. Oh wait, can we look at this trophy? Let's see. What's this down here? Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here. Looks like the names of all previous recipients engraved on it. Wow, one guy's listened a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner. Yeah, that's probably it. Well, whatever he's from, he must be pretty amazing prosecutor. I'd like to meet this Von Karma sometime. Well, she says it. His name doesn't have a ring to it. True. Okay, well, I guess I can't find anything on the shield itself. Von Karma sounds familiar? It does, it does. It's definitely not a murder in the past crime. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not no murderer. But I have no idea what I need to show Gumshoe. There has to be something that can change his mind, but what? Go back to the detention center, maybe? No. That doesn't help. Back at the office? No. I don't think I can find any more evidence. I really don't know where to go. So I need to give him something, but what do I give him? Do I look around the office? This thing? So this is a police mascot, is it? The Chief Blue Badger, the future of the police star. Designs a little change on the outside. The Dancer Badger TM is still under development, you see. You have a trademark? Absolutely. It's very cutting edge stuff right now. Show this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. True, maybe. Okay, so what do I need to show him? I have no idea. Something that makes him take us. I really don't know. I showed him that thing. Oh, I guess I could just go in a circle. Detective, here's my attorney badge. You show me this every time we meet, pal. Real men show the police badge, stuff said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. That's the ID card of Goodman's. Okay, we already went through this again. There has to be something I'm missing, but what am I missing? It shows it not. Show this thing again. Wait. Someone must have done it against Raj. Okay, that doesn't help. Explain to what you're talking about. Guarding, yep, guarding. Okay, Goodman's report. Okay, not that. Thing. Oh, not that one either. Oh, not that one either. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. 16, yep, that's how you are. Okay, not that one either. About this, hey, is that. Okay, we already went through this again. Yep, we already went through that. Luminal, this is just gonna talk about he bought some shampoo or something. That's the ID case, but he's not gonna be able to know who's number 777. Yep. What do I need to show him? This stuff is just to say that he finally got some stuff. I don't know, if he wants to get it, he's gonna sneeze. Yep. Quick quackachoo. Bless you. Screwdriver, I did that one already too. Dang it. This one, if we show him that, he's gonna say that, that's how he loses stuff. And passive, yep, he loses stuff as well. I really don't know what I need to present him. It is very confusing. I must have missed something. The glove.
Oops. Nope, it's the same thing. And then the lock thing. Dang. Maybe someone else that might give me something, maybe. Here, look at this photo. Attorney prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside the court. It's a taboo, especially, Okay, she's not gonna help me either. Yeah, I have no idea what I need to do. Did I talk to you everything? Yep, I already did. Neil's apostrophe? Nope. SL? Nope, not gonna tell me anything either. Yeah, I have no idea what I need to do. And I talked to you with everything too. Do you have anything to say with this photo? Don't have anything else to tell me. Okay. It's the only one thing I give you now is puppy seed rice that. Talk about cheat. Anything that'll make you okay, not helpful. Where you been to the detention center? Oh, maybe. There's a thing that he threw away. This thing. I know what he was writing me for. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there. Let's distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe outside the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of Are you having trouble reading? I'll read it aloud for you. That's letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edwards, none of it's your fault. I know. It's the path I've walked, you know. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else can forgive me either. Oh, I thought he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if we could use it for it. Oh, if we show this to Gumshoe. Yeah, he'll definitely help us if he sees it. Thank you, Edgeworth. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's what I need. Why didn't I think of that? He literally said that oh, going the wrong place. That he threw something on the floor, and I totally forgot about that. Jeez, keep hitting the wrong buttons. Boop, boop, boop. So, I got some bad news for ya. Edgeworth wants to retire or quit. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. He said, is he ever not serious? It can't be. They pushed him this far? Yep, unfortunately. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know the difference now. He trusts us detectives to prove him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off for the hook for another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret that I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may as well already be terminated. What? So, at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, thank you. Oh, thank you, Gumshoe, thank you. I do appreciate it. Alright, now we can go over here. Up. Here goes, Mr. Wright. It worked. Beep beep. We're in. Okay, so we have to find something. We're in. If anything finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek!
Rah! She slapped him. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know that you can slap a ghost. Yeah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card crushed and rendered unusable in the pocket. Hi, don't do that to my ID card. Oh, how dare you ruin his ID card. I hardly ever get a chance to come here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get him fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on, let's go find what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. Ooh, hopefully not. Let's see. Let's examine. Oop, not move. Examine. Let's see. What's in here? Let's see. Anything suspicious? This thing. Shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the lunch shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Oh, we got some plates. Got the picture. This is when taken the other 2 years ago. The day that Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving the award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and then went along with Chief Grant to question Dark. I bet he never knew that he'd be dead after a few hours later. Gee, you think? Let's see. Oh, the statue. So they took a picture like right around the statue. Is this the real deal? Is this armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ and now the armor? Did you know how many taxpayer dollars that must have gone into this room? What do you mean we're paying for this? I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't even pay taxes. Shh. Be careful what you're saying. Who knows, the chief may be hiding the armor as we speak. I don't think he'll fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Okay, interesting. Ooh, a safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code seems to be entered the panel to open it. Ooh. 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is. Ooh, what if it's 77777? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday, is it? No, it's not your birthday. Boop, boop, boop. I better have an idea. Here goes nothing. Alright. Input code. Got it. 77777777. Access confirmed. It was 777. I'm smart. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 777777. The final ID card number on the record. What? The number on the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day? You mean 777777? That ID number? One too many sevens. I think you're one short this time. Dang. I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Grant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Ooh, I wonder what's inside. Oops, wrong thing. Alright, is it gonna be the murder weapon? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a thing from the vase. A shard from a broken cup? That somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? It's the vase. There's something else here too. A leather handprint? What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Interesting. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wear a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? Huh, I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Isn't that all that's what's in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard of cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they had something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I do prove that the real relevancy get them. How can I get these two items related to the SL9 incident? Oh, come on, there's gotta be something if we show the detective. Let's see. I know the other thing would be this thing. Detective Gumshoe, can you have another look at this jar? I remember that three of us were putting it back together. Ah, those were the good days. It's kinda early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right, one of them shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it. Does this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? The one that's in the safe? Yes, that one. That was the one in the safe. Now that you mention it, it rings a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at it. Go ahead, pal, show us what the rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I could put this piece together again, then to prove Chief Grant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. Alright, puzzle time. Let's see. Oh yeah, this way. And combine. Hey, did it. No, it's complete. There, it fits like a charm. Of course it means Chief Grant was knowingly hid evidence. Knowingly hid this piece of evidence in the jar, in a safe. In other words, he concealed the piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece that you just attached. It's different from the others. It's got blood. Oh, is it like a name? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Grant hide this in a safe? Blood traces. Interesting. Look here. It's hard to make out, but the dark red stain here, looks like blood. This piece of Chief Grant is different enough, though. It's not wiped off. I know the jar. Wait. The jar looks familiar? Really? Was it in that photo? Well, I'll double check the photo later. The bloodstains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That's odd. That is odd. Let's see. You're right. It is the same one in this picture. Ooh. So something did happen here. Interesting. Yep. Okay, Tony. What if it's his thing, too? I'm fired if I won't be able to give you any information. That's why you get this. Okay. Detective will share your information, though. It would be a fool. I never seen anything be shot to begin with. Gotta stay positive. Okay, so not that one. How am I supposed to get the cloth, though? Okay, so I need something to get the leather cloth. Let's just talk to him real quick. The desk on the other side of the room, was it your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. The day of 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This entirely is Chief Grant's office now. He's practically a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at the New Year's party. And of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one's ever touched that desk? No one except Chief Grant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years has passed since the incident. There can't be possibly any remaining clues. Can I ask you something? Sure. The only time... Wait, you only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, it's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why'd you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now let's look around a little bit more. Hey, hold on, not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't you just get the look getting that? Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Grant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Grant. So it finally comes to this. Oh, so he's the one that killed people? Maybe. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Okay, so how am I supposed to get that piece of leather? Oh, maybe comparing this handprint, maybe? No. You know Officer Marshall? Yeah, I do. He's like one of the mentors to me. When I first started out, he even gave me small cactus, really. Okay, so that's the same thing as last time. Okay, that didn't help. This glove? Okay, that's not gonna help. Can I do the fingerprint test on it? Take a gumshoe? I'd like you to look at this. Hey, I know what that fingerprints. That's a great idea, detective. That's alright, go in town. Sheesh. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Oh, come on. If this wasn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth that we found in the safe. Oh, yeah, I knew that. The one with the handprint on, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor? Okay, Miss Wright, let's check out for fingerprints. Bring on the powder on the cloth. Then once that absorbs in the prints, then blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Alright, let's do this. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Let's make sure to cover every single nook and cranny. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Oop, over here, then over here in the middle. Gotta make sure everything's nice and covered. Sprinkle, 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 and blow. Hey, we got something. I gave it my best shot. That kind of results won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like there'll be clear prints from it. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Oh. Okay, ooh, this one looks pretty good. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. Alright, sprinkle, blow. Ooh, this one's a good one. Yeah, this one's definitely a good one. But make sure everything is good. Alright. There we go. Got a good one. Let's see, whose is it? Okay, it's not Grant's. It's not yours. It's not Jake's. It's not Bruce. It's not Good Gumshoe. It's not Lana. Emma, it's yours. What's your handprint doing on here? Oh, geez, what's Emma's handprint doing on this cloth? No, how could this be? Wait, what are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, have you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? It seems prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's handprints. Psst, hey you, over there. What's going on over there? Oh, what are the kids' prints doing on inside Chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Oh, thank you, thank you. Wait, what if Emma accidentally pushed one of the people into this thing over here, and that's what killed them? Oh, maybe that's why it happened. That would make sense. That Emma was trying to defend herself. She pushed someone over here. Could have been Neil. Most likely it was the Neil. Yeah, his name was Neil. Pushed him over here, and he died because of that. And that's why Grant was trying to blackmail Lana. Probably. At least that's my theory. Okay, so I think that should be everything, right? What's this piece of cloth anyway? It's smooth and sort of feels like vinyl. I think it felt something like this before. Yeah, can't remember. It seems like it's becoming a habit with you. Can't keep anything in my hands lately. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe is going senile. Emma's fingerprints were found on this cloth. I have a bad feeling about this. True. Is that everything I need in here? Maybe phone. Wow, look at the size of the Chief Grant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you, Chief Grant. He put papers he was reading in his desk. I wondered what he was reading. Look at this. Looks like this. A list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this. Hey look, it has a case name on it. SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. It's normally twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. F-site list evidence? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. Chief Grant must be hiding something about the case. It would appear so. Oh hey, we got it. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's very kind, is it? In other words, it wouldn't be for his ID card. He would have been useless. Isn't that right? You in the coat? Eek! Chief Grant. Well, don't be so... Don't you think you'll be back soon? I didn't think you'd be back soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. I was walking to my meeting. I happened to look at a window and saw a stray dog running into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You don't mean me, sir. Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it more. But, sir... Now, get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. You, the one without spiky hair. Don't go. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I am not licensed scientific investigator yet. You, with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? Oh no, what's happening? Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief prosecutor is off limits. But, no, you just had to go sneaking in like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never said I would do it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Grant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has he kept this eerie silent about it all this time? Anyway, are you listening to me? I'm going to say this smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She's at the police wanting to ask her some questions. She'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it tomorrow's final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I believe I already told you I can. That's why you told me over these past couple of days. It's absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I don't believe I didn't mention quite something important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who actually was lurking behind your words. Yeah, did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something... Wait, once you're convicted you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. You can't speak. Thick-headed is a term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, it was more than I was a little perplexed at first. You insisted that you did, yet there was no circumstance evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not like you willing to tell the truth. It was that you were incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? You think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think it's you're more afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to your silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is this person you speak of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. What is this person's name? Oh, that's great. Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it that she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me the name? Wait, can you please tell me a bit more about what you think you might know, Damon Grant? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth were brought before a board of inquiries for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, there's serious offense. Why is it, though, that the Chief Grant's name was never mentioned? Chief Grant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party that could have possibly been tampered with the evidence was me. I've had access because I was second in command of the investigation. Yes, you, but also another, Damon Grant. If you intend to accuse the Chief Grant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof of Chief Grant's falsified evidence in that case. Okay. Well, for one, we got this thing. I found this in the safe in Chief Grant's office. This piece of jar and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Grant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you summarized. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come on, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You will find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you're not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was just trying to take the body outside Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon was while expecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this this knife was stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident? The serial killer's Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, and it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then... she saw me as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close on Dark's case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be opened again. My intentions was to prevent that, but whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the Detective Goodman was evidence in Joe Dark's case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edward's exhaust pipe? Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. This would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about this one of them that day. A bad feeling? In truth, is after I received those orders from Chief Grant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him that time. However, it seems after I spoke with him, he went off in an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean not waiting for the case to die? He decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal evidence. He really had stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further into the court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what happened down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Alright, save time. Hey, this trial's going on for quite some time. Oh, dang, almost 4 hours. But I think this should be the last trial. This is the defense lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to tell Lana all morning. Where could she be? Am I tired? Nah, not really. Not too tired. I am good. And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something happened behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edward, sorry. Edgeworth. Knowing you've already figured it out. Whom the owner of the 777777 ID number is. Well, I had pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday
is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID records. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from this list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out from her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Hey viewers,
Oh.
join our Discord
Okay.
server with the password
Okay, Maple.
cat for more magical
Don't be
fun
stupid.
and
Today's the last day of the
documented
trial.
art.
We
Let's
don't
share
have the
our
time to
love
reminisce
for
about the
games
past.
and anime together.
That depends on you.
Your presence makes our journey
If she's
even
found
more
guilty,
special.
you lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
Moonmist, it's time for
I
bed.
think about it.
Remember, your well-being is important.
See you in court, right?
I'll post a cute emote on our channel to bid everyone good
Yes,
night.
thank you, Maple. Thank you,
Rest
thank you.
well, big sister. Sweet
This is it.
dreams await you.
If I ever going to find out what happened to Chief Grant on her, it's now. Okay. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The chief is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is where the prosecution puts forth his opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Grant? Oh, hey, murderer. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Yuji. Been back in the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough in as is in my work. Woohoo! That's a good one. Don't you think I can top that? I keep changing his voice though, thing. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Hmm? Lana, that is to say, the defendant. She has asked me if she could just speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having a hard time. Wait, having heard what she's intends to say, I have a feeling it should be granting her request. In this end, it should have saved everyone a lot of time and trouble. What is this all about, defendant? I just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. What is it? What is your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put this immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Oh, Lana. Objection! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claims your defendant's claim does not change the defense plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm no longer required your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it's significantly proven in the case through the testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant has certainly right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Edgeworth, help me, Auntie. Thank you, Edgeworth, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet been proven the defense guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Grant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy that you would have me to be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it is obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
Edgeworth is too edgy today? Yes, he is, very edgy, but he's helping us. He's a good edge.
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to who? As the first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I requested her court hear her testimony.
Hold it, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm exercising my right to self-expression. I don't think we need to
I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be even greater tragedy or to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. Is it okay with you, Chief Grant? Worthy, you may live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Oh, Emma.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to become a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer, Joe Darks of the Joe Darks killings.
Did he just threaten Edgeworth? I hate him. Yeah, he did threaten him. Yeah, Grant's not a good guy. I understand that you hate him. I hate him too.
Is that correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember the trial concerns murder of Detective Goodman. And is that an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then.
He sure gave them fast.
True. Now, please testify what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip from yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting at my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I never forgot what I saw in an instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in his chest.
That's a good thing that you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell Mr. Edgeworth, what does his testimony have to do with this Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon be apparent, Your Honor.
You've gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. Defense may begin its cross-examination.
Let's see. Okay, let's press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective of the police department, correct? Yes, she was the second in command under the deputy chief of police, Grant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Grant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dreamed about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised me to take me to dinner after she finished work. The man came running. Okay, hold it. A man. Yes, Joe Dark. Well, he was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning that day of the ceremony. We were desperate to get everything out of him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw this chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Grant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing in there? There were two people presenting during Drake's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Grant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Grant. Neil Marshall just had received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to questioning the room after the ceremony. I assume that would be also why he was the first to run after Drake, or Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't remember clearly what happened then, but never forgot in an instant, Can you tell me about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake, and then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time last year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That suddenly flash left an unforgettable image on the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that was so scary about the trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew the picture. A picture? Yes, I think you mentioned that before. Well, Miss Wright, have you heard enough? As for the picture. This picture, the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago did not contain picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this to the statement in your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of the scene, but it seems to be lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help with the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, and yet I never received the picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not imagining it. That picture Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Oh. Anyway, let's continue. The scene is imprinted on the image in your mind. Can you please describe it? The man. Go back to that one. Let's see. Evidence. Let me check. Let's see. Oh. It was behind it. There it is. A picture is drawn in black on the evidence list in magic marker. I got a very bad feeling about this. Okay, so it was behind the evidence. Got it. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you who would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handing such a picture. It may as well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list from the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... Ah! What is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me?
We know you mean no harm, Edgy, but we're just trying to defend her true. Yeah, we're just trying to defend her. Only prosecutors in charge should have access to that list. Oh, these lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together in one form. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious that what happened 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in the case ever reached you. What? What? Oh. Order. But, Bsky, why did you draw this picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If this list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing in the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, that is quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask?
So he had this list all this time, but he never checked the back? That's pretty weird.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It is that thing.
What? Why is the badger thing?
That's that thing. That's the thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism, the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. So the badger's the killer? Maybe. Maybe he became sentient. Ooh, evidence restored. Ooh, can I look at that? Let me see. What does that mean? So if that's how it is, so that top piece should be like a top. Oh, is it the vase? It's probably the vase. Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's the vase. Yeah, it probably is the ceiling. So it's probably the vase because it looks like it. Like if you turn it in like kind of right way, you can kind of have the same thing. Just have to turn it the right way. I don't know if I can actually turn it properly. But if you look at it, it kind of looks like it. Yeah, looks like it. So maybe the vase fell on top of him. Or something.
Very well, witness. Would you please testify about the picture you drew 2 years ago?
But why is it on the wall? I don't know. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out. Huh? Oh, yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be, like, thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright I could see where the shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in an instant.
To think a flash of lightning can burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Detective Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may begin its cross-examination.
Let's see. Yeah, we have to figure out why it's on the wall, or on the ceiling or something. It doesn't make sense that otherwise. Let's see, let's try pressing. Did you draw the picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was such in a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganizing. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Grant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later,
That memory should have still been fresh in your mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is painted all in black?
The flash of lightning was so bright I couldn't see. All I could see was shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Marshall who came to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and as I turned around and saw when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad that she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, you fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
That was scary if it was kill happened like an RL. It would be in front of you and survive. True, that would be crazy. That'd be terrifying. Oh yeah, I understand why she fainted.
Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What?
I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture. You would be paranoid that he would come for you at any moment. True, that I would be too, but then again, he did get caught afterwards. Since he did have a concussion of some sort. And they sent him. I don't know what they did with him. I don't know if they have a death penalty, or is he still in jail? I'm not really sure what happened. But they did catch him instantly since he was unconscious. But even then, depending on the situation, yeah, that would be crazy. I would be paranoid too. This picture shows exactly... Okay, hold it. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew this exactly how you saw? Of course, this exact scene. It wasn't influenced by any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insisting that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
That's strange. She claims that this is actually the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's something clearly contradictory here. What's so contradictory? What would it be? Let me save just in case. Save. Okay. Do we present the picture? Yeah, I guess we could present that. Nope, it's not that. The seventh. Okay, so we failed. Okay. Yes, I know. Okay, that wasn't it. Okay, so what? There has to be something. Is it this one or is it a different statement? No, not that one either. Oh, jeez. I'm not sure if it's... There has to be something. What about the Neil report? Oh, the Neil report, yeah. You're right. Where is it? Oh, it was that one. You're smart. Thank you. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture, as the witness drew, contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps you would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture is a contradicts the apostrophe report?
Oh, I probably should have read it. Yeah, I didn't read the apostrophe report. The knife? I probably should have read the apostrophe report. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife that the man is holding. Oh, it was right.
If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. I know, very lucky. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. The murder weapon the tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of a knife was found broken in the victim's body. It is a conclusive piece of evidence that proves Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not simple, Emma. Where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? Isn't it really obvious? The victim's stuff suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should have not been broken yet. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that it's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wound up in there. Oh man, I got lucky. The tip of the knife was undoubtedly discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if it was sure that she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure that she remembered correctly. But there's no way to unexplain the inconsistency. I know so many objections. Objections after objections. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's one explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying, that this broken knife is a tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Duh. We're doing something. Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. Bage screams a lot. Yeah, he has been screaming quite a bit today. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutor award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Grant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. That is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that is true, then there is no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. It must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there are two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe's strikes or Dark's. Could there be another one? Oh, yes there is. It's a shield. The trophy. The trophy has a broken knife. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it cannot just be explained away by simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In this instance, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have information that is about another broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon has already been broken to try the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Do I show the picture? Maybe. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside the picture. This is a picture from the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? The broken murder weapon. Notice the word Prosecutor Marshall was holding? Yeah. That's the broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. And the other screams, yep, he screams a lot today. That being the case, that knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day.
and a word he was giving was his broken shield and knife. He was crushed, chased after Joe Dark, and pulled out this knife. Being the prosecutor, he didn't have to carry a pistol. This broken knife was all the weapon he had in a dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh, why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder weapon and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall.
Oh. Ooh.
But the prosecution was the one who actually died.
That is true. What is going on here?
Moonmist, you really need
Yes,
to go
Maple,
to bed
I'll go
now.
to bed soon.
Your
Yes, I know,
health
I know.
comes first.
I know,
I'll
Phoenix
post
is screaming
some
now.
cheerful emotes on our channel to
Very
stay
cheery,
tuned
very
for our
cheery.
lovely viewers. Take care.
It seems that Mr. Wright has been a bit eager on the jump today. Oh, hold it. Who said hold it? Oh, wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness,
Mr. Edgeworth,
what is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
What is this, anyway?
I knew it.
This picture. The one who drew it. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew it, the picture. At the time, I've been trying hard to forget. I must have locked this part deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what exactly you call Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First a knife mix-up, and now this blue badger? This should be interesting. Very interesting. When I saw was the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. But then there was another flash of light. That was when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw the shadow.
This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him yet until this year.
That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defendant may now begin his cross-examination.
Stop. Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further.
Anna, what is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't. I already confessed to the crime. You can't just leave it like that.
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already came this far.
It's too late for turning back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It means we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Oh.
When I saw the man raise his knife, when you say that man, you assume you refer to Joe Drake? Why was she trying to sabotage herself? Again, she has... my theory is, so far, is that Emma somehow killed Marshall because her fingerprints were on a leather, like a piece of leather cloth. So she might have pushed him. You know that statue in the Grant's office? He probably got pushed into that statue thing and stabbed him. And that's how he actually died. That's just my theory so far. And she's trying to protect her because she doesn't want Emma to think that she's a murderer. That's my theory anyway. But we'll see. Yes, at least I think that's what was him. You think? Oh hey, you got the best grade. Nice. Oh, I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you... I panicked and I rushed over to both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seemed so convinced that Drake was one holding the knife. But that we just theorized. If Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife,
Well, I didn't know at the time. When the dark guy knocked me down, all I could think is I gotta help the other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. See, this is probably where she knocked him towards the statue thing. Or something, I don't know. Something happened. What do you mean, you think? It's all that happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did is all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky, you almost killed before she was the witness, so the murder is about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, slow disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
Why did you... Wait, you did what? What you did was very brave, young girl. What happened next?
Then there's the Flash and the Blue Badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew the picture up in here.
But it was the chief of detectives who came up with this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This was what qualified This is all quite verifiable.
I know, it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. He's not hideous. I know, he's not hideous. Look at him. He's adorable. I had this nagging feeling that I've seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, bother. Just wouldn't you thought that thing had caused enough commotion? Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow?
So you mean you didn't actually see his face with all his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. This has nothing to do with possible exist over 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what is important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and what suppose you have an explanation? No. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
If what Emma said was, what was it Emma saw when she saw that lightning flash? Who could this Blue Badger really? Oh, I know. I think I might know. The Blue Badger hasn't been dreamt up, even Emma drew the picture. Yet she saw this shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the defense belief on that fateful day 2 years ago, there's indeed something that looks similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is that witness saw in that instant? Please, show us the mysterious looking Blue Badger look like.
Looking. It's this thing over here, this thing.
The mysterious Blue Badger was in fact this. But that's, what exactly is that?
I believe this is some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look like anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain old jar.
However, if we were to change our viewpoint, I gotta show them of the correct angle to look at this from. Okay. Let's see. Oh, kind of like that. Let's see. How can we get it to 3 points though? Okay, well, that's 2 points. How am I supposed to do that? Wait, what? Oh. Almost. How am I supposed to do this? Oh, maybe if we go from this way. Hmm. I know it has to be this something. What position? I guess that looks kind of like it. No, that's just right. I gotta make it look like where's the badger. Allow me to remind the defense that this case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape of the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to figure out the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically or a bit more, or horizontally. No, Mr. Wright, you can do it. I gotta show them that the correct angle. Okay. Oh, you think I was doing it? Okay. So it has to be something. So it's definitely like this point. But how exactly would it look more better? Like, kind of like that, maybe? Yeah, see. Does that look... Wait. Like that, I think. Oh, like this? Okay. Just make sure to balance it out. Okay. Let's see. Like, maybe that way? No, that's not right either. Okay, let's see. So I'm getting it close. Oh, maybe it's... well, maybe it's this way. Yeah. Yeah, man, this is hard to get it correctly. It's these ones like this. Well, it looks like it, but maybe it thinks that you're wrong because it's not bounceable. So maybe. Let's see. Try to make it at least in those little squares. Oh, your left is a little too down. Oh, Liz? Okay. No, don't add it. Oh, wait, no, is it? Oh, I did it. I did it. Well, isn't that a miracle or what? I did it. I did it. Thank you. No, you can't possibly deny this job resembles the blue badger. I did it. No, it can't be. Oh wow, that was a bit hard. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger the witness saw the day of the crime was actually this. Another shock daddy, yep.
Although we enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point?
What do you mean?
So, that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness... What's the difference now that we know the witness saw this jar?
The location? Now, let me take this in turns. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At the very specific moment, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could have we seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. On the shelf in the office of Damon Grat.
But the body was found lying next to Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified it saw herself.
Yes, and it is those two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, on Chief Grant's office.
Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body from Damien Grant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly.
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble.
The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Did you know that reason, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said that she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar hit the floor. No, it was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to been the impact the man made when he was knocked to the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. And what would have hit that?
A suit of armor, holding the very sharp, dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. The armor with a spear, yep, so my theory is so far correct. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have to be Neil Marshall, wielding the King and Prosecutor trophy.
No, Miss Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility who actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what is the matter?
If the events took place as the defense theorized, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky was knocked away was actually the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. Yep. My theory is correct. Whew. Yep. Ding. So Emma did kill him. By accident, of course, by accident. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. Oh, Emma. You miss Emma? Yeah, I miss Emma. I never imagined her testimony would lead us to this.
So, it was the witness who looked like took the victim's life? And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Something, yeah. Wait, what are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Darks murdered the prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin her
pin the crime on her. Imagining that coming from you. And if you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved the prosecutor marshal's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what happened, what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Now she's back. I thought she was gonna move out. True, but I guess she's back. Maybe they just told her to sit down. I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, I'm certain that would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in this incident are dead. Well, we certainly can't get the dead people to testify. This has to be a wild goose in the chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left a name of a person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Miss Wright, this is your only possibility left to you. A message left from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I gotta think back to the court records. Oh, it's the jar. The real murder's name. Yep, it's in the evidence. It's probably the jar because it does have like some sort of message. The message from the deceased is already in our possessions. Mr. Wright, would you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Don't be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing that we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the precise piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. Okay, well, it's a jar. This is the message that's left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, he's just going to speak the killer's... Wait, oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Look, looks like everyone just forgot that this is a jar. A message left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood from this jar. It looks like someone wiped off the blood. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments were not wiped away. Yes, there is still a line here, drawn in blood. So are you saying, is this dots? Where are the lines? Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments he had left behind to leave behind a message. Oh, one that someone apparently wiped away. Blood must have been seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we have to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will be apparent. No. Miss Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. I gotta connect these dots to make the letters. Truth does hurt indeed. There's only one thing the victim would have written, and given the circumstance, his murderer's name. Okay. So if we go from this one to this one, like that. Okay. That goes there. Then, boop. Emma. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why it's all been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. I'm sorry, Emma.
Emma.
So, this is the final prosecutor's marshals left behind message.
I'm sorry.
Of all people, she may not have mentioned it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky.
Sorry, Emma.
See, Worthy, can't I say I warn you? Chief Grant, do you understand the implications of what you've just done? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you're the one who prosecutor in the case, weren't you not?
Ugh.
Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you did use forged evidence to assure his conviction.
But Joe Dark was really a serial murderer. That is undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Don't you know, we aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence. Ultimately, the responsibility lies on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, the fact cannot be denied.
Ooh. Oh, jeez. What's going on? The prosecutor's office. They might have sent an innocent man to death.
How can he just stand there and think like it wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared it recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Oh, jeez, how long is this? Oh, man. Whew. That's like what? The fourth continue? God, it's like the second time the crowd went wild. True, crowd went so wild. Man, how long is this last chapter? This is very long. Dang, I'm almost at 5 hours. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. You think it'll be over soon? Hopefully.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Not by interrupting anything, pals.
Oh, guess I am.
I'll come back later. Oh, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got it all on nerve, pal, making the detective run around while on duty. On top of that, you called me here, and I seen happier people at the funerals. I take that the lawn is having you run errands again. Let me tell you this like this last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if you were in a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give this message to you. My message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Okay, we'll read it, yeah. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Let me see. Let's read the book. Rule for submitting evidence. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Got it. That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why am I still sitting here in this prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth? The real trial hasn't begun yet. Wait, what else there was left to do? Your credibility's been but ruined with all this forged evidence we were unaware of. and Bsky was found unwillingly accused of man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely just stuck a knife into a dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Yeah. Let's end this case once and for all. Court will now reconvene in the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee has planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Hey viewers, join our Discord.
Yes, Maple, I know it's getting late, I know. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Oh, but thank you for promoting Discord. Yes, well, normally this would be the prosecution called to force for a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some certain that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a barren bargain. Yes, Maple, Maple, no, Maple. Thank you. Not yet. Time is not over yet.
Fine. Moonmist, you can
Thank
stream
you.
a bit more, but remember,
I know I need to go to bed. I know.
Top priority.
I know, Maple.
With some fun.
Yes,
and then it's off to Dreamland for you.
Yes, Dreamland.
Take care,
Yes,
big
yes.
sister.
Thank you. I'll try to finish as soon as possible. I'll miss you. Oh, I'll miss you too. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere yet. I gotta finish this trial. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just you see, everything has been talking about, and very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual agreement, but a very effective one. It will prove that I haven't struck any deals with witnesses. Well, Miss Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls... This time is final. This time it's finally come to about to be the real murderer. No, definitely not him. No, not you. You're dead. No, not you. Nah. You already witnessed, don't know. You already witnessed too. Alright, boy. Detective Grant. Or, it's him. I want him. Damon Grant. The defense calls Damon Grant to the stand. Damon Grant? What does this have to do with anything? As the defense partners 2 years ago, Mr. Grant had first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel that we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he still should be in the courthouse. And will also be at least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Won't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Grant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I'm just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Grant. Fine. My name is Damon Grant. I'm acting chief of the police. Now then, Chief Grant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear this up. SL9 incident. Oh, you mean the time when Lena's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been pretty made clear already.
There's still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
Like the role that you played on all this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware that the chief of police has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse testifying.
Of course, such action carries with certain risks.
Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. I just remembered. If this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I warned you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
Oh, okay.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him of the day. To make it long story short, we slipped up and the power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I was found Lana there. Apparently she already arranged the crime scene, and as you can see, I had nothing to do with forgery. Is that what Drake Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems that Drake Dark bumped his head.
I need the water.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear.
If the police chief has the right to refuse testifying, then I better hit him hard to end fast. Let me save. Okay, as I recall, Neil and I were questioning that day. To make the long story short, I slipped up, the power didn't help. When I went to the office, I found Lana there. What do you mean arranged?
How can you know that? Because of the victim's blood. Victim's body had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. And to think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying the forgery that forgery had already been taking place by the time you arrived in your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. Moving a body and hiding evidence is inexcusable no matter what the circumstance.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright.
If you're going to stare at anything, you better start staring at the court records. Worthy, I've always a smooth talker.
But which piece of evidence ties to his forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I gotta link Grant to that incident. How do I do that? Oh, the ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was fired up too. That's probably what spooked Drake and made him run away like that. Was defendant Lana Skye was also present in the room. I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Drake ran for it.
To make the long story short, we slipped up, the power didn't help either, So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right.
But Drake waited to the elevator first, or Drake, yeah. So Leo and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky.
What's this about the power outage?
Oh, the elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got to the shock of my life.
Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart.
That's not funny. Can you tell us what happened? It was a shock to the sight.
Neil and the serial killer were lying on the heaps on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, and apparently he's hit his head and was knocked out. Next thing, those two were poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back now, she must have already known what her sister has done. Apparently she was already conjuring the scene. Okay, what was the forgery then? There had to be some sort of forgery. The knife. Was it the knife? No, wasn't the knife. Jeez. Okay, what is it? What is it? Okay, so it's not the knife. Man, I don't know. I can't look at the back of this. Okay, what's this thing? If you really had nothing to do with forging, then how do you explain this? What am I looking for? Apparently it was this. We're looking for things that prove it was forging. What is this? And what is that? A handprint? Chief Grant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence of law? No. What is this again? Evidence of law? Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on the trial. Tell me, how is that read relevant to this trial? It appears the defendant was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use that piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Oh, well, okay, I'll do this but once, but only because you asked, Uji. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Haha. Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you. Dang, it wasn't that one. At least we didn't get penalized. Okay, so we need to find something that links that piece to the crime. But what would it be? We're kinda close, but not quite. Well, this is the other piece. No. Dang it, it's not that piece either. Dang. Yeah, I pressed on everything. I think I pressed on that one. I pressed on that one. I did press on that one too. I pressed on that. And yeah, I did press on everything, so we just have to figure out what he forged. But I'm not really sure what he forged. There has to be something that he forged. And we have to do something to make this acceptable. The evidence list? Oh, it's the evidence list. You claim you had nothing to do with forgery. But I'm afraid that claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list that Emma drew her picture on. This was discovered on your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Grant, there's article evidence uncovered in your office. Both are concrete proof that you had played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Grant, what is the meaning of this? Oh. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Oh, you admit it then? That you were involved in forgery? Who, me? What do you mean? You? Me? What would I have to do with anything like that? Well, you were the ones who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do it too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law.
Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying for work. Technically, didn't he get fired? I thought he got fired. I don't know. Well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding this piece of evidence you found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put 2 and 2 together. Alright, round 2. Let's see, what is this now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. And they were found after Dark was convicted, and they were worthless. There's no reason I participated in forgery regarding the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor? On the investigating crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Yuji, in return, though. I know. The place, right? Why are these guys telepathic? Maybe. Okay. Round 2. I knew that you could place it. Nope, hold it. I appreciate it that if you stop making those ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. But I have you know, back in my day, I broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, are you saying? Anyway, you can continue. You can't prove any that you didn't carry evidence, can you? It is kind of unfair that he's an officer. He can deny anything that is really true. That is true. Very unfair. If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rhyto's prints were found. Yes, if they were found inside my safe, then it would prove his investigation was illegal. I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. True. Okay. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act would necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at the crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. And if they're found after Drake's convicted, they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized the day after Drake was sentenced. And wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about possibilities so long as you can rule that out. Your remarks, however clever may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Don't tell me things I don't know. Come on, Righto, think about it. There's no reason participating, How can you look at me in the eyes and how can you look at me in the eyes and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was the one that murdered Neil? I'm not sure if I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Regarding the crime scene, it wouldn't help me out to range. Really, Chief Grant? At the very least, there is a very large benefit for you to reap from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, the position you have, Chief of Police. Ooh, the resolution of SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That is itself a significant motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in the line to become next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you don't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There is only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There isn't one... No, there it is out and open now. Yuji, would you mind if I change my testimony a bit? By all means, please do. I wouldn't want to be anyone's accomplice if that's for nothing in it for me.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Save. Okay, so there wouldn't be an accomplice if there was anything for you. What would it be? I feel like he hides his nerves behind his laugh and smile. Probably, yeah. But what would it be in it for him? Not really sure. I guess I could probably just press it. Yeah, probably, yeah. Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better be thinking again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime, be tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem a little lax on yourself, though. Ho 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 ho. Now that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there be another could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Given his selflessness, would that have helped him? Yeah, okay, well, let's try it. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it was to benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears that you are positively determined to portray the chief. And as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person that you believe Chief Grant may have helped?
Lana, right? I think it was Lana. I'm sorry. But yeah, these are the options. Star, Emma, Lana, Dick, Bruce, Jake, Michael, or Damon himself. I have a feeling it was Lana, maybe. But I'm not really sure, maybe. I'm gonna get a quick... It might be Lana. Yeah, it probably was. Let me get a quick drink of water real quick. Okay, we'll try Lana.
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? That's the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would have wanted to help her more than her own sister Lana? And for the Chief Grant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if you'd ask him to. There's a reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Grant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet.
Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Not really.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in forcing someone to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. You are motivated to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Right, oh my boy, you have quite imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this, that I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana, she keeps quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she's testifying against Grant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing but mere conjecture.
Unless that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident, or which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone had been controlling her. True. What about the ID card? What if he gave it to her? True, that's a possible.
Worthy, you'd be better to watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Grant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is also making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
Like a kind of a hitman. True.
Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is in front of the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief prosecutor of blackmail and murder. This is impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgewood said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief of a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or the title, Chief Grant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let us see what Mr. Wright has got, and it better be good. Show us his evidence that ties Chief Grant to the case, the murder of Detective Goodman.
The murder, huh? Man. What would tie him to the murder? Due to blood loss with a knife wound, died within an hour from 4 p.m. Memo. The word muffler, parking lot, floor plans, crime photo. Goodman's shoe, switchblade. Maybe the switchblade?
Well, Chief, as long as Wright here is tossing things out regardless.
Okay, that was wrong. That was wrong. Let me save on a different one. Cause I am running out of points.
So as long as Wright is tossing things regardless of it, mind if I toss them too, Yuji? The shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always are quite the jokester, aren't you?
Oops. Looks like you did it wrong.
Don't oops me. This maybe boot to the head will knock some sense into you. I know it's hard with all things going on during this trial. But try to think back what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago.
Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves that Grant entered the room.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, I see. It's the records.
Okay, I see. Alright then.
Yep, the ID records, yeah.
Shows evidence that the chief Grant murdered Detective Goodman. Yep.
I almost forgot about those.
This is ID list?
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There wasn't one ID on the list, so we couldn't determine the owner yesterday. 77777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It is your card number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Grant's requires a code to open. 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777.
That makes sense. It's the same as the remaining ID card on the list.
Chief Grant? You've entered the evidence room the day of the crime, didn't you? Yeah.
Order. Chief Grant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense searched my evidence as a violation of regulations.
And I would deem Mr. Wright for be punished to the extent of the law. Oh, this is the first time you saw him mad? I know he's very mad right now. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you. Oh yeah, he has a huge fist. And about the use of the ID card. Look at him, so mad.
Grant Chief, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whatever's in the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you on that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Grant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On the day, you had to leave to meet with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
I noticed that in all this other Sprite he has sweat on his head now. Oh, he does? Oh, he must be pressured.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth.
Oh yeah, he does have a little sweat on him. No, that's just his shine. If Chief Grant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof of that victim went to the meeting. Show us proof that the victim went to meet the Chief Grant on the day of the crime.
What was the meeting? Oh, never mind. Oh, he might be. He could have been. Maybe when he had his fist, maybe. What about the lost and found thing? Maybe. Oh, yeah, you're right. He had to go. Detective Goodman had to go into the law office. Yeah. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filed a lost item report. He would have to give in that report to the chief of police.
And yet, you're in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure he filled it.
He filled it, just how do I know? Wait, how do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Because he has to find him, yep.
He needs to? Yes. The transfer evidence is out. Oh. Detective Goodman, Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Grant. Then?
Oh, he is sweating. Yeah, he is sweating in this one. Yeah, when he's mad, he sweats. So you're right.
You accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him?
Oh yeah, his eyes was twitching, yeah. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could be entered that room.
Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman?
Yes, exactly.
But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, and the card was only used once. Yet, you showed him your ID card earlier. If he really lent it out to Detective Goodman, it wouldn't have been found on his body.
True. Yeah. Nah. Oh, jeez. Ho. He became lightning.
Chief Grant, you didn't.
The murder was the most likely spur-of-the-moment crime for No other in the right mind. He's a Pokemon. Yeah, he became a Pokemon. Why choose a police department as a place to commit murder? After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was in the police department the earlier day, you know. And everyone was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, take this dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Grant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All I needed this time, I thought it was useless clue, was just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Grant used this. Well, we haven't used the parking stub. This is how you move Detective Goodman's body. A parking stub? Miles Edgeworth? You mean? The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obviously what happened. The body was moved by that car. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me why. The screwdriver that he gave you. I was asked to go, by the Chief Grant no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back. So, you see, when you were really taken to the prosecutor's office wasn't that screwdriver, but the victim body in your trunk. It all comes together, yeah. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Miles Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport the evidence from a closed case? There's only one possible explanation. To transport the body to her accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! What is going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph of Miss Stars took at the prosecutor's office. This wasn't the photo of a body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. Is the photograph of the body being taken from the trunk? Chief Grant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time? Sorry, Rido, but I'm having lunch with the district attorney after this. We have to get going if we're gonna make it in time for early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not the right to be... That is not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to that to being considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you wanted. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had my conclusive evidence, you would have to present it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show me your proof and get it over with. I'll say this again, Mr. Wright. Detective Goodman is in current police. Let me save. Save, just in case. Okay, oops. The court will not tolerate any accusations of him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, can we use a screwdriver? Maybe, we'll see. Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Grant murdered Detective Goodman and made my Sky dispose of his body? Do you have any concrete proof? Sure. I can't let him squirm away this easy. I gotta keep the pressure on him.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. And please hurry up and present it, but just remember, it better prove Chief Grant, the murder victim, Detective Goodwin, without a shadow of a doubt.
You think the screwdriver?
I could try it. So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof, at least to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt.
I'll let it be you, the judge. But I am the judge.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
What I think, Miss Wright, I'm going to be late for lunch.
I wasn't the screwdriver. I just want to... Oh, I see. My bad. Okay, well, we could do this. Yeah, we could check it real quick. Here we go. Screwdriver. Okay, so what's a screwdriver? I don't really see anything about it. It looks like an ordinary screwdriver. AI-16 is written on the tag. That means it has nothing to do with this current case. Yeah, I don't know. And you don't think we have any proof? Oh, you don't think we have any proof? Maybe. We probably don't. You're probably right. This court will not tolerate any accusations, Miss Wright, Your Honor. I don't have proof. It's no use showing evidence that's not sure myself. No, Your Honor, not at present. I have no conclusive evidence.
The UG?
In that case,
the Kate is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
what?
Here's a tip: never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Grado. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side today. Okay, Yuji, I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This...
Oh no, gotta load the last save. Guess that's a game over. Okay, so this should have my two things, so I don't have proof. Okay, where does it? Yep. In that case, penalize. That way, I at least have one more. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, it's okay, no problem. I warned you, Mr. Wright. This is okay. Enforcement agency. Oh, objection. Oh,
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There is one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had her honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? You're sorry that you didn't explain properly? Oh, no problem.
In the evidence of the conclusive evidence, there's only one method of proof that is testimony.
But Chief Grant has invoked his right to refuse testimony.
There is still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right this very room.
Lana? Ooh, you think it's Lana?
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She might not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls for Lana.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on Friday 21st. Her task is to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take the final recess for the day. 15 minutes will reconvene to hear what the defendant says. The court is now in
Hold on.
Chief Grant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences.
He came back, yeah.
That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Yep, he came back to threaten her. Wouldn't that be considered, I don't know, what would that technically be considered? I don't know, but clearly he's submitting some sort of guilt if he has to threaten.
This isn't good. Of course you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alrighty then. I got a lunch date to meet.
He is guilt tripping, basically. Yep, basically.
Okay, if there isn't any other further rejections, this court is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks for your help, Edgeworth. Oh, that chief, he's something else, huh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry about it. I already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of the top-knot girl you used to work with. Could you mean...
Maya.
Oh, Maya. I miss Maya. Still, looks like we're all out of the moves now. Chief Grant's done it again. He's always up to his own, gets the upper hand. It's not fair that he has the right to refuse testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks considered.
Risks? What does he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, hey Emma. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. She heard everything. That's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost felt somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now that I finally know what really happened. To think all this time. My sister was being blackmailed by the terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as the chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said that she changed. Perhaps it was easier the way for her.
What do you mean?
What do I think I mean to fellow Chief Grant's orders to follow? She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything Chief has told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It was all because I murdered Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Grant may be able to fool anyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked out Mr. Marshall into the armor.
I see. Well, better be going back now. It's time for the final act.
Oh, hi. Your name is... Celestial Lindbergh. Hi. Your favorite villain in the series is Fro Tegre. Fro Tegre? Oh, that must be someone from a different, part of the game. But interesting, but welcome. How are ya? Hope you're having a wonderful day or night. But welcome. Emma, From Trials and Tributes. Oh, I haven't played that game yet. But interesting. I look forward to seeing them then. Yeah. No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. I want to tell Lana the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this.
But interesting. Well. Oh, to be continued. Dang, another one. Man, how many to be continues are there? Dee Vasquez felt like a bland character. Really? Dee Vasquez? Oh yeah, Dee, yeah. Yeah, she was, yes, that was true. She was pretty bland. Bye-bye, Steve. But hopefully you're having a wonderful day. Okay, hopefully this is actually the final trial now. Who did that? Oh, she was the movie producer. Or director? Either the producer or director from the Steel Samurai. I think that was some number 2nd case, or was it the 3rd case? I don't know, it was either the 2nd or 3rd case, I can't remember. Animal kills... Hammers kill... Oh yeah, true, yeah. Oh yeah, the Yakuza hiring girl. Yeah, her.
Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done in the past 2 years. Can't believe we almost got kidnapped by her. True, we almost did. Yeah, Gumshoe saved us, that's for sure. I wonder what would have happened if he wasn't there. Maybe we would have died. I don't know.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with the Chief Grant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance that we have to get Grant. Luckily, Maya stole the DL6 bullets from Von Goblin. True, that really did help us a lot. I've worked along Grant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found the prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Right.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana...
If this is true, then that means Chief Grant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the very beginning. Please, Miss Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Oh, yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may begin with the cross-examination.
Okay. Grant in the fabrication. You worked inside. Okay, press. Hold it. You know what's funny? Having to rely on Larry Butts during Edgeworth's defense. Oh yeah, what was so funny? That was a pretty funny case when he had to do that. Yeah. But what was funny for you?
How many years exactly?
Ever since I made senior detective. Let's say I was 24 then. That would be 5 years.
Detective Grant and Detective Sky were legend partners. We personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Grant was a respectable detective, that's why. There was no truth to this blackmail theory, huh? But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me that so much... Yeah, you told me as much as yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And? You're not helping. He really is still trying to hide everything. Did you not want to help your sister? Joe Drake Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I don't want that incident to ruin her life. Why is she turning her left and right, and even hiding behind? Maybe she's trying to hide her or something, I don't know. Maybe she's about to look at us in the eye, maybe. I don't know. She's definitely hiding something, that's for sure. But she did what she was justifiable in self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. He was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Anna.
So, what? So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When you found the rich, You say that you did this all by yourself? Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? But Prosecutor Michael died from an unfortunate accident.
I would be so confused if my friend who's in the middle of talking turned to me around and talked to me like, oh yeah, that would be really confusing, true. That was the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall
jeez, I can't speak.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall swooned, being killed by Drake? Dark?
I don't know how to pronounce his name. Dark, maybe. Something like that.
If so, what happened to the other murder weapon?
Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away when the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. It's all to protect me.
So, when you found the scene out like this, what did you say? What did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke the tip of the knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body.
You planted the tip of Drake's knife in the victim's wound? And you... But why? Why did you do that?
You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake for others. Why did you plant the knife? Why did you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Bsky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon was buried in his body would be all the proof we needed.
According to your testimony, the prosecutor marshal's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes, and leaving it that way might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way was to get him convicted. Wouldn't it be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body?
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had to be nothing to do with Emma.
You rearranged the crime scene.
Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like a murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide the fact? Are you willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as the prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you at the very end. She insists on fabricating the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done that all alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up again and make a contradiction. No, it's probably this one thing. This thing. It has to be something with this thing. Do I show the knife? I don't know. Let me save just in case. Save. Okay, save. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's this one because that was a new one that got added. But what would it be? Would it be the knife? No, it wasn't the knife. Your Honor, what do you think this one is statement?
I'm not sure if I follow.
It's clearly the contradicts that I thought. It wasn't the knife.
You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled.
I don't think they won me any points, true. Okay, it has to be this one, because this one got added. But what would it be? You broke off the tip of the Drake's knife and planted it inside the body wound and moved the body. Elbow in the back. Function lung. No, it's not the apostrophe report either. Yeah, I pressed on everything. I think so anyway. No, that's not it. So I think I pressed everything. I think. Because this is the part that got added. Or maybe it's this one. I don't know. He wanted something. But I'm pretty sure I pressed on everything. Maybe, I think I did, but I can try it again. You try it and you move the body? But why? Why would you do that? You people should know, Edgeworth. Yeah, I already did this one, yeah. Yeah, good, you had on your shoulders. Yep, I did this. Oh, I can try to do, why did you move the body?
Join our Discord server with the password the Mooncap.
When you showed up on the scene, what exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced, but it was by the Chief Grant's desk.
Your presence makes
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? There's a reason for that, it's simple. Let's have the witness explain this once more in detail. The reason Bsky moved the body. Let's see. Oh, okay, this is new now. The piece of jar that shattered during the events during my plan. Okay, so I do need to add more testimony piece. The piece of jar, what do you mean? Yes, the jar, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Drake committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered into pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. He got stabbed. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was laying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time of the crime has been committed. But I have a feeling there might be more than that. True, then how was the words written in blood? There must be a contradiction there somewhere. Anyway, I committed to this fabrication all alone. But the thing is, with that thing, how is it possible to have the writing on it if it was shattered already? Someone must have shattered it. Bsky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery and the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that was true, where would it be exposed now the past 2 years of your life? It will have been in vain, even if I compile to bring to everyone's attention. Jeez, I can't read. A significant contradiction was within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified that, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that were shattered during the events during my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's simple oversight, really. You see, message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yep, the prosecution must have written it in the final moments. Exactly so. And where does this contradiction lie? In order for the victim to be able to write the message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. True, true. That is very true. Order, order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Gee, Prosecutor, it seems that you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We're piecing together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. You did it. Next part. Jar and the message in blood. I immediately noticed that the traces of blood on the jar, but it was so dark in the room I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were too large, and I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you're the one who wiped them away? The message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Drake was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin cross-examination.
Alright, jar and message in blood. Let's see. I immediately noticed the jar traces the blood. Okay, hold it. So the jar was already broken. It was a miracle that thing hadn't broken already.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment, dang.
You were an ace detective who never missed detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally, I would have. But it was dark in the room. I didn't have time to check it out.
So you didn't know that your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had, I wouldn't have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
You seem that you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew that if I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
It is. Alright, I see. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought about Dark's killed the prosecutor marshal, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, if I only had a few moments, there wasn't enough time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. The fragments were so large, I'm sure I got them all.
But how could you see what was within... Wait, but how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
As a detective, I'm always prepared, Phoenix, right, Mr. Wright? Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry an emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Are you sure about that? You did miss one critical piece. All I could do is think about wiping them clean before they were discovered.
So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes, I didn't have any excuses for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late.
There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
What contradictions have surfaced in your testimony? Your sister really is putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might have turned everything around. Really? Well, let's see. Let's go ahead. So large. Okay, so maybe this one. We present the jar, maybe? Let me see, just in case. Let's see. Let me go ahead and sing. Okay, that should be good. Let's go ahead and present the jar because she did miss one critical piece, that's for sure. And here we go. Yeah. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Grant's safe. In Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped off the blood on them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night the prosecutor marshal was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Grant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection! I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
But that may be well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Now, can you believe that?
Yeah, I guess I can believe it.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor?
When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Grant at the time he was looking for Drake Dark out downstairs. Besides, even he was the first, but why the jar?
Objection? The question is, if he did arrive at the first, why did he hide the fact 2 years ago? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No.
Okay, we're getting down more. We're solving this case.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Grant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness.
He proceeded to break the jar. He proceeded and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is the action called? Fabrication of evidence? But why would Chief Grant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, it isn't clear. What happened afterwards? Discovered the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Grant's aid. Lending his aid, Grant helped create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and thus threatening lies the reason why Miss Sky became the chief's puppet.
Oh, I guess we're right.
No,
I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore, for my sake. No, you didn't. I was with you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. You don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. The defense attorney makes up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
True. That's crazy.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Oh, even the judge is saying that thing.
Wait a minute.
What's going on? What if what? We're still smack dab in the middle of the Grant's trap. Ooh, crazy.
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated beyond your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Guy, if you will. I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Okay.
Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
Okay. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma, Dark were lying unconscious on the nearby. When I saw that happen, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Grant help me remove the body from the sword and carrying it. But if it was really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. True, it is possible.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled by the sword's armor? Or armored sword? Jeez, I mixed that up somehow. You're really the only one who saw that. If you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. Ooh. What kind of proof is it? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Oh, but we did receive that one book thing. So it must be in one of the pages. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present that picture.
I don't remember receiving any picture from Lana. Lana said that she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check out the evidence again. There must be a picture somewhere. Oh, wrong thing. Okay, so it should be the picture book. Is it like in the pages? Do we open it? Is there a way to open the book? Oh, yeah, there it is. Ooh. Oh. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, she was really stabbed. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted the criminal affairs only after I had arranged everything. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Wright, that piece of cutout from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside the Chief Grant's safe? Yeah, that might be it. What is this? No, this is a handprint, isn't it? Yeah. It's your handprint. That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those must be the real murderer. Those are your handprints. Yeah. What? But those fingerprints. Those are yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get this on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell us the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may begin now. In its cross-examination. Ooh.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled. Wait, who's saying hold it already? Huh? Who? Oh, of course it's you.
Come on now, Uji. This is the poorest excuse for the trial I've seen. Chief Grant, what now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put you in the word for you in my defense.
I thought you went to lunch.
I'm afraid that's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make a statement of any sort.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, you're supposed to be at lunch. With your friend or something. Yeah, you're not supposed to be here. That must be the risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Grrr. Grrr. You turn into a Pokemon again.
Ugh. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. But I didn't need to make any statements.
Welcome to the stream.
What do you mean?
Oh, hey D3, welcome. It's been so long. Hopefully you're okay.
Together,
Hopefully you weren't
we'll
sick
create
again.
magical moments
I'm glad to
and
see you that
immerse
you're okay.
ourselves in the
Welcome.
captivating world of games. Let's make this stream unforgettable.
The evidence that we need all is the evidence we do all geez, I can't speak. Oh, hi. Yeah, it's been so long. I missed ya. Hopefully you're okay. I'm sure you're probably busy. But it's okay. I do appreciate you showing up.
The evidence we do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I will still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why haven't you been keeping it quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is it true, Miss Wright? if I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Miss Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal it, anything you will be one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie, Chief Grant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. Elusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Miss Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't be presenting it. What are you talking about, Chief Grant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Oh, if you haven't had much time lately, you've been doing a lot of work, more work for as well. Ooh, you're renovating your house, nice. But it's okay, yeah. Work's always important. Oh, you're doing renovations in your house, that's nice. What you doing? Making the kitchen, sprucing up the kitchen, living room? If you don't want to tell me, that's okay, but that's cool that you're renovating your home. Nice. But yeah, work's always more important. All that matters that you're here now. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part that has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, may have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in history in the police department. You got caught. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. Yes, it's one of the bathrooms. It's getting all new stuff. In the downstairs, you're placing the carpet with laminate flooring. Ooh, fun. That sounds pretty cool. Hopefully everything went smoothly and you had no troubles. I'll tell you what really happened. What you mean? You admitted it? Oh, he admitted it. How have you been? I've been pretty good. You were streaming early today. Normally, I don't have much time to stop because of too long. True. I'm on vacation for my regular job, so I can stream a little bit early. Yeah, that's the main reason. I'm on vacation for my rail job. Oh yeah. I get a stream for a little earlier now. It's only gonna be until next Wednesday though. But yeah. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. Then it occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. Oh yeah, today's Saturday. I almost forgot today was Saturday. Yeah. Yep, it's very nice. Because yesterday was my birthday. So that's why I took the week off from work, because it was my birthday. So I took the week off. If I made it look like the blame... If I made it look like the blame laid with her sister, then she would saw the scene and she would ask me for aid. You assisted Miss Sky? I told her to arrange the evidence. I told her to plant a knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using the evidence to get Joe Jark and convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the belated happy birthday. I appreciate it. Thank you. This was before Lana arrived at this crime scene, you mind? 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but James, I can't speak. But it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for murder that girl committed. You mean you're the one calculating from that far ahead while forging the evidence? Who do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See the jar fragment?
Emma, yeah? What about it?
I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood from all of the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what do you say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Ho 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 ho. Seems like some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept more items for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So, you admit it then, Chief Grant, that you were hiding the cloth that you caught off from the victim's chest in your safe. It's good that you were treating yourself because of that. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I do like streaming. I just wish I could do it full time, but yeah, it's okay. Once in a while, it's perfectly fine.
Yes, I admit it. I wouldn't have to do it with... Wait, I wouldn't have to do that because being chief and all. But that's a lot better, being portrayed as a murderer.
I had a dream about me. Oh really? What was in the dream? What did I do? Hopefully nothing too weird.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said that you didn't have any evidence you can present. Foolish move, Righto. You shouldn't have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment and truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. Can I save? Oh, I can't save. I either have to present the book or the actual evidence. Your Honor, I don't have evidence to present now.
Then, let's see this conclusive evidence. One that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor marshal.
Okay, do I do the thing now? Or is it too early? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of the victim's vest.
Ah, yes. At least you brought it into the open. That's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the brushing was that immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather must have been the strong impact for it to be left out so clearly. You mean it couldn't have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. You're as slow in the uptick as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had it all this time to present this evidence. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. What would that be? You mean, you already know? You know whose fingerprints are there on that?
Mr. Wright, do you really know? I see. It was weird but fun. I was playing a VR game there, and there was an area to relax, and you were there. But you were an NPC, and you kept on asking people to do quests for you. But you would give them... Oh, really? I was an NPC? Nice. Yeah, that's funny.
Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything is proceeding as protected. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Okay. They are Emma's.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? Do you remember what kind of quest I was giving people? That'd be pretty interesting to know. Wait, they're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho 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 ho. It really is something, righto? You knew this girl did it all along, and yet you still try to pin the murder on me. So is it true? Tragic, but true. This girl, really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
Hold it. How could you? You monster.
Miss Sky,
Knew whose fingerprints they were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to your pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us that how you feels? It feels like to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one thing I have to clear up.
Oh? And what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Marshall?
What?
Chief Grant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Bsky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool blabbing about?
I'm talking about the contradiction, the one that proves who the real killer is.
Ooh. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict?
Chief Grant, your tyrannical reign ends here. You don't remember the case? Oh, you don't remember this one? Oh, interesting. Behold, yeah, it's the last case of the DS games. It was a DS exclusive game when it first came out. I don't know. Yeah, it's like the very last one. Let's see. What would be all the piece that contradicts the cloth? Oh, maybe the photo, maybe? I don't know. What would be the contradiction? Oh, there should be blood on it. Yeah. There should be blood on it.
And what is this exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture of Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of the vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest though.
That's exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. His blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth
has no blood.
Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled at the sword at the time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Grant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved outside.
He was most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it be? Who could arrive at the scene before Miss Lana Sky?
Picking up the unconscious prosecutor and impaling him on the armored sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, you said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with a victim's blood, and the jar was then broken on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you're the one that actually murdered. No. Gotcha. It's finally over. Oh, objection? Who's objecting? Who is it? Oh, look at him. He's all worried.
Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. So sorry, but you have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Oh, now you're saying it's illegal evidence just because it proves that you're the murderer. Okay, I see.
Order. What is this nonsense?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Yuji?
Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this point in time. But the time has came.
Well, that's true. The defendants did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth just needs to be legal evidence. But that's not fair.
Oh. Don't you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence can't be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plans has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? You purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
Let me save. I did because it wasn't relevant at the time. No, if I meant to that, my plans would have been for nothing. Seems Miss Wright don't I have to say no.
If you're going to change your position, this is your only chance, right?
He's right. I'll admit it. I refused to present at one point.
So the evidence is legal.
Objection. No, it isn't, Mr. Grant.
Oh?
No. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There's a certain procedures involving when presenting evidence.
No, Yuji, don't listen to his lies. He is nothing but a coward you can't really believe.
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. If you prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do show it now.
What's the book? This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at the point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of law of evidence. Evidence law.
Rule 1. No one shall be shown without proof of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence of myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have it proved from the police department.
Rule 2.
Unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case on trial. And there's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can't you recall? That was when the picture was presented.
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No, he's right.
At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Grant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of victim's vest.
Oh, yes.
No.
It was that. It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence.
Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. Well, the only person who could have cut this cloth from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecuting marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and the only one person who could be, is Damon Grant. The killer was you. No. Hmm? Oh, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Oh, 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 oh. Ha 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 ha. He 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 he. Ha 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 ha. Dang, he got crazy. I think he lost it. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. A good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, and yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate this case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If I had evidence in... Wait, if the evidence is transferred, I lose my only chance. Wait, if I lose my evidence in the transfer, I lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. Ooh, what are you saying? What are you talking about, Goodman? Could you please reopen the... Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw the cursed knife. And then you stabbed Goodman? So you admit to that murder too? I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would only lead to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble on, so I hurried and wiped it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realize my one fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Oh, that was yours? The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker? I used to be known as a crime computer, but everyone started somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, and that's the big... But what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grrr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Guy involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. Well, yeah. So, you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence does not hold up well upon very close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you will understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man.
You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Interesting. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Yuji. What? Looks like we have to cancel our lunch date. Sorry, old friend. Ding. But we won. I'm sorry too, Damon Grant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You're one fine investigator, an example of others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone, Yuji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Now you have Rhino here, and Worthy. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The malicious sounds of new beginnings. I love how he keeps such a happy face while admitting to all this true. He's very happy, for some reason. There were just two things I want to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Grant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Guy, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done in this past 2 years. From the time I had Grant help me forge evidence up to today. So, it seems all the questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Sky, but I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what a high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so much too highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Oh, I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet, you rose above and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop. I only did my job. In the light of this case, it seems it's good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Guy?
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of the murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still that you acted as his accomplice, as a trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been such a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt the free of these heavy chains. Oh, I'm glad she's feeling better.
Well, the trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of the murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
Yee! We did it. She's at least not a murderer. So that's one thing. Unfortunately, she is accomplice of forging evidence. And tampering with a crime scene too. But that's for a different case.
That is all. The court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over.
Emma?
Why the long face? I'm sorry that your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at the least she wasn't convicted for murder, so that she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Maya Frey thought highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Oh.
Hey viewers, join our Discord server with the
Thank you, Maple. Thank you.
cat for more magical fun and to connect with our community. Let's share our love for games and
why is the game not
together.
working?
Your
don't tell me.
presence makes our journey even more special.
Game, work with me.
Oh, there you go. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. You've done well. Oh, it's nice to see her smiling. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You always are interrupting, but that's okay.
Oh, yes I am.
I'll come back later. No, Gumshoe, come back. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. On top of all that, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, line up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought I'd like you to see someone.
Alana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I wouldn't tell you if you wouldn't.
I won't tell anyone. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. It was the first time in my life that I ever panicked. It was all over. It was all I could do to keep things from myself from screaming. All I could think was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Sis, I asked Grant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was going to do it for your sake. But I realized that I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you. I was scared. I was scared that you wouldn't look at me like with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. It says you were doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. I was hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Yes. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I've always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Oh, that's so cute. That's very cute. No one can change the past. It's only one thing that we can do to strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our own mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can only find a way back to our rightful path. And for that, and it is from there we can move towards a higher, brighter future. At least that's what it feels like watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding, come over here. No, Edgeworth. He was hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, well, I'll be going now.
Aww. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope that you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Grant was right. Mm. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're not the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You will. You're just one man. You'll see. It really takes. It takes to bring them down. Once you tried it all alone. I do despise criminals. I do plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight the crimes on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known quite that's so true for a while some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Grant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Grant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to concealing fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on your own, you need a weapon. That may be true, but think back on today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? What's all I'm talking about? Evidence? Huh. Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would be able to find on our own? What would that be? Was it a cloth? That's the only thing I can think of is a cloth. That might mean something to you, but don't see how to do anything with our partnership. Oh, dang it, I messed up. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't right. Piece of evidence. Ding! I can't see the special cutscene. Oh well. It's time for me to go. But what was it? Oh, was it the book? It might have been the book, actually, now I think about it. Oh well. Mr. Edgeworth, if you excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need to be wrapped up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what would you do now? Yeah, it's a very sad moment. Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you could keep letting help it grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know, it seems like you may think it's too, Mr. Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Oh, bye, Mr. Edgeworth. I better be going too. Okay, I'll be here. Be sure to visit soon. It seems that we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? This is the first book I've ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh. And so, another case came to close. And for the sisters, I have found faith. Faith that their lives only just begun. That's adorable. And as for me, I think the time I started on the new journey of my own, and a journey of rediscovering myself. Well, don't go tracking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just one little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Wow, this is a cool sequence. Yeah, very cool. Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know that you had a wild side. Well, yeah, well, You see, Miss Wright, there's one thing. Here's the footing the bill. I don't remember doing that in the original. They did some nice stuff with graphics. Oh, really? Interesting. They probably did a couple of new things. What? You think I could afford that in my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. What is this? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay for it together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. Objection! A final objection for this game. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, that was fun. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, ba, ba. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top career. And as for me, it's pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find a way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. She's happy at the very least. I know, very nice. Well, that's it for Phoenix Wright for at least the first game. Congrats on completing this one. Which one is this we're on? This one's the first game. Oh, something. They overlooked my unthorough investigation of the case. If we were to penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show that you can't shake me off that easy. Still the first game. Yeah, this is like the bonus content for the first game. I thought you missed a lot. Nah, these games are really long. Very long indeed. Just yesterday I literally streamed for 6 hours and I still didn't beat this case. It's like, what, an hour? So technically since yesterday it was like 7 hours in total. Like, dang. My new mission is to guard the main entrance of the... Can you believe it? It has been demoted to a security guard. But my partner keeps an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show him though. Someday I'm going to make a detective. Yes, sir. Yeah, then I just be a dick chumchu. Well, he's a security of the door. Interesting. Bing, 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 bing. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. That's a blue badger. Hey, bye-bye, blue badger. Oh, look at you. I'm gonna miss you. Oh, he broke. He finally broke. Oh, may you rest in peace, blue badger. Oh yeah, he's in custody. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a showdown? The star manager sneaked me in to me. She's in one, some compel. Looks like you did it. Even if you left Bambina a little back, you could make sure Billy is the gang get the water. Okay, well, that was too fast. I couldn't read all of it. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the right way lunch. The top layer is a bit bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller item. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, okay, so don't eat the sweet first, then the bitter. Okay, bitter first, then sweet. Got it. Oh, it's Judge.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left?
No, Judge is right. Anyway, he seems to be doing or something or other, however, what? Well, anyways, I got other tries to beat you, so I'd better... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go.
Oh, John, you can't forget your gavel. Bing, 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 bing. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. I know, he forgot his gavel. You think he'll just leave it on the podium. But oh, it's Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like a fresh country's air. Still, something I do miss hearing is you and your objections. Still, I can go back until I'm a full-fledged beer medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training is about to begin. Oh, coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, I miss you, Maya. Oh no, ads are starting. And I can't pause the game. Bing, bing, bing. Bang, bang. Well, let's see. After the credits, we're gonna be moving on to another game.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, it's the butler. Or the bellboy.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought your tea. What's going on?
Oh, is this his resignation letter? Did he actually resign? No, he couldn't be resigning. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. It's a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh. Open the book? Ooh, a letter. Oh. Oh, so cute. That's very adorable little letter. Very adorable. Rise from the ashes. Alright, that's clear for the first game. Alright. Saving. Yep, that's it for the first game. So we'll continue the next game, next Friday. Which, what was the new game? What was the game called? Let me see. Oh, Justice for All. So we'll do Justice for All next Friday.
Thank you for watching, lovely viewers. Your support fills our stream with magic. Join us next time at 11:30 p.m. PST for more enchanting moments. Your presence and energy light up our journey.